Ms. Hilford, can you hear me?
Councillor, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hilford.
Can you hear? All right. Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting for November 28th. My gosh. And we'll start first with a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Councillor Carlson.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Croson.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Dodick.
Present.
Councillor Palladino.
Present.
Councillor Parker. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Acting Mayor Middleton Hope.
Remotely present.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Present.
And Mayor Hagan.
Present.
All present. Thank you.
All right. And we'll start off with some recognitions. I know it's been a couple weeks since we've met together, and so I'll start with my far right. I don't know if Councillor Acting Mayor Middleton Hope, do you have any recognitions?
Nope.
All right. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. This has been a busy time of year, as people well know, so there's lots. Thank you to the Southern Alberta Women in Business and the Chamber of Commerce for hosting the Women's Conference last week. It was an incredible presentations and incredible speakers. Congratulations to Tourism Lethbridge on winning an award from the Canadian Tourism Association, and they won in the culinary tourism for multiple initiatives. And just something I don't think people are aware, because we have to do stats downtown on new businesses as part of coming out of taxes, et cetera. Between May and October, 23 new businesses opened in the downtown in Lethbridge, which is absolutely incredible. And throughout Lethbridge, we've had a lot of new businesses open. So I just encourage people at this time of year, as you're thinking about doing a little more shopping across the city, just support as many small local businesses as you can, because they would absolutely love to have your support.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Palladino?
I have nothing, Your Worship.
All right. Councillor Parker? All right. To my far left, Councillor Dodick?
I'm good, thank you.
All right. And Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted for you to light the Christmas tree out there in the lobby, and it was a lot of fun. But just the point is, it gives an awareness to all of the organizations in the city that need support at this time of year. Also to Ms. Croson's point of shopping downtown and all over the city at this time. Also, my guy usually sits to the right. I want to remind everyone that he is in Elf the Musical, which is going to be very cool. He's doing his best James Caan impersonation, I think. So that's coming up on December 14th to the 31st at the Yates. And also to you, Mr. Mayor, I look forward to your appearance at the Mayor's Annual Christmas Concert with the Lethbridge Community Band. You know you're doing that, right?
Yeah.
Yes, just, so that is happening December 9th at Southminster Church, and they've asked me to send you the Code of Conduct bylaw.
Oh, oh, boy. All right. On that note.
Good night, everybody.
Councillor Carlson, or should I say Mr. Khan?
Yes, that's a tough act to follow. Yes, if you see me around town, don't make too much fun of my ridiculous hair. I'm growing it out for the role, so we'll see how that goes. But I think all my recognitions have been covered, except I would like to thank my council colleagues because I've been sort of a bit absent while doing my rehearsals. So thank you all for being very kind and allowing me to sort of sneak away from time to time. Other than that, I think they've all been covered. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Lethbridge Plays and their community partners for hosting the National Child Day event on November 18th at Lethbridge College. The event was a good reminder of the fundamental importance of protecting and cherishing the rights of every child. It's an acknowledgement that the well-being and rights of our children are non-negotiable priorities. Also, a shout out to the Downtown BRZ for its Festival Square tree lighting event on November 17th. It was a fantastic evening. Downtown was packed. And if you haven't already, head on downtown for a look at the tree and also support some of our local businesses by doing some shopping. And congratulations to Tourism Lethbridge. They were honored, as Councillor Crowson said, with the Culinary Tourism Experience Award. This is a national award that recognizes their commitment to showcasing our local agri-food experiences. Thank you to Tourism Lethbridge for all of the hard work that you do in our community.
All right. And I'd love to give a shout out to an incredible organization that just had opened up, and their grand opening, and that was Chinook Sexual Assault Center. It's unfortunate that we have to have a organization like this in our community, but it's great that we do have it for those that are in need. So they're dedicated to the well-being and support of children and youth who have experienced abuse within our community. So a huge shout out to Ms. Cassie and her team over at the Chinook Advocacy Center. Glow Lethbridge, if anyone has had the opportunity, or and if you haven't, please go by at the Agri-Food Hub. There's a light show that is second to none. It's in a few different locations throughout Canada, and Lethbridge is one of them. It will fit in well with the light show that we'll have also at the Nikayuko Japanese Gardens. I had the opportunity of attending the Salvation Army Kettle Kickoff, and something that I learned there, and I should have already known, but they are the #1 social service provider in Canada next to the federal government. So a huge shout out to them as their Kettle campaign kickoff. And last but not least, I do want to give a shout out to Councillor Crowson. I walked into a few hundred students yesterday at City Hall, and Councillor Crowson does so many of these grade 6 classes throughout the community here in council chambers and throughout doing her background to what municipal government is. And so, Councillor Crowson, thank you very much for your work there over the many months and years. And not only that, but of course, yesterday was it over 200? Between two different classes of over 200 students. So thank you for that. Move on to the adoption of the agenda. I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Middleton Hope. Be it resolved that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on November 28th, 2023 be adopted as presented. City Clerk, are there any amendments?
Yes, Mayor Hagan, I do have one revision to today's agenda. With regards to item 14.4, and that's a confidential report, Lethbridge and District Exhibition Project Update. Administration does have a public presentation to show at this meeting out of that report. So if council did want to consider that, we would probably place that after 5.1.
So to 5.1, so put it to 5.2. Is there any, do we have to vote on that, or?
It'll be part of the agenda.
Part of, okay, part
So
of that
you'll
when
vote.
we, all right. With that, if there's anything else, no?
Nothing else.
All right, Acting Mayor Middleton Hope.
Great, and Ms. Hilford, that does not include anything from the consent agenda, correct?
consent agenda will be next.
Is next.
Great. Okay. Thank you. So in regards to the agenda proper, if there are no additional corrections to it, then I'll call the vote on it.
All right, question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you.
It's a big agenda. You don't have to read everything.
All right, I do have the consent agenda, and it will be up on the screen. And it is moved by Deputy Mayor Campbell. Be it resolved that the minutes of the following meeting of City Council be approved and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign the same, starting with City Council meeting from November 14th, 2023. And it is up on the screen as well as my colleagues, and it is published publicly. If there's any questions to the consent agenda. I do see Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can ask to have 4.4.10 removed from consent for debate, please.
Okay, 4.4.10, that is Lethbridge Housing Authority tax request administration recommendation. That will be removed, 4.4.10, and will be voted on separately.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
If there,
Oh, sorry, Councillor Middleton.
Okay.
Hope.
okay, Middleton.
Yes. Thank you, Your Worship. And I was going to ask that that item be removed from the consent agenda as well. So Councillor Carlson and I are in sync.
All right. With that, Councillor Campbell, my apologies, Deputy Mayor.
If there are no other questions or any of these that people want to take from the consent agenda, I'll just call for the vote.
Question's been called.
We're going to move that to 8.
And we'll move that to 8.1. The 4.4.10 is moved to 8.1. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right, next on the agenda, a presentation from Mr. Warkentin, Chief Executive Officer for Lethbridge and District Exhibition regarding Lethbridge and District Exhibition project update. Please come to the mic, and the floor is yours, Mr. Warkentin.
Thank you very much, all of you, for allowing us to be here today. First, I'd like to recognize the numerous people behind me representing our staff, our board of directors, our funding partners, our shareholders, the Blackfoot Confederacy, and our corporate community partners. And the others who couldn't be here today, who I believe sent letters. It proves the deep commitment of this community to this organization. The combined investment of private money represented in this room totals more than $5 million over the next 5 years from various organizations, not to mention the countless hours invested and volunteered in the future of this vision. I would also like to state that every time we've been in front of this group, we've done so with every piece of information we've had in that moment. We've done so understanding the burden of the decision like this that's in front of you today. At every step, we've continued advocacy efforts with other funding partners to explore every opportunity to make this necessary ask as efficient as possible for the people of Lethbridge. We've tried to present different scenarios, and we've opened our books much deeper than the scope of this ask to further collaboration between our two organizations. We continue to be open to further collaboration to work through this, but are incredibly proud of the cost management of this project that was well below the industry standard for the same construction window. And our ask that we bring forward today is drastically reduced from the risk that we originally spoke with administration and council that we may have. If you could change the slide, please, Ryan. First, I want to take a step back to August 2022, our original approved construction budget of $70.6 million and how that was funded. The first money in the door was $27.8 million from the government of Alberta, specifically to re-engage the economy in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. Second, in August of that year, we saw the $25 million grant from your predecessors. And at that same, at 2 meetings later, we were approved for a $17.8 million loan through, I can't remember the acronym, but what is now the municipal borrowing. Thanks. Thank you. Which is how we got to the 70.6. Ryan, if you would, please. Thank you. Today, as we are in the final couple touches of construction on the project, we anticipate to end at $77.3 million, which is $5.5 million of true project escalation, which represents 7.89% increase, drastically below the provincial average, which has been as high as 15 to 20% in that same construction window. Additionally, the two debt payments that we have made in our fiscal 23, which is December 2022 and June 2023 payments that have already been paid that should have been capitalized since the project's inception, because we were not able to realize revenue on the project to make those payments. Excuse me. Over a year ago, we began speaking about the financial risk on the construction industry and the changing landscape of the tourism and event industry that would have on this project. At the time, we were asked to go find additional funding partners, and we did so. PrairieScan, who is here in the room with us today, graciously gave us the largest tourism relief fund investment in Western Canada at $3.5 million, taking that projected unfunded portion to $3.2 million. Following that, we reinvested, as we were contractually obligated to do so, from the funding agreements with the Government of Alberta and with the City of Lethbridge, reinvested the project interest that was earned at $1.15 million, getting us to the $2,081,093 that is in the ask today. This is important because this overage, this unfunded portion of the project is very specific because we are anticipating operating loss in the first few years of this project. Any model you looked at had that as much as 2 to 4 years of operating loss that we would need to endure before this building projected to make any money. We need our contingencies intact in order to absorb that loss position for the first number of years. And this $2 million that is currently being covered by our contingency drastically reduces that and puts us in a critical cash position. Right. Sorry, one more. So what changed in that time? Over the last 18 months, what has changed since we first came to talk to you about project overages? Interest rates are the biggest killer for us. At the time of approval in August 2020, the interest rate was just shy of 2.24%, which in our affordability plan that was built by our board in the summer of 2020 had the $818,000 blended loan payments in it. The interest rate, by the time we locked in June of 2022, had increased to 5.11%, representing an increase of $350,000 to our bottom line. This may not seem like a lot, but it is a significant amount for us. Ryan, if you... Additionally, what has changed in our operation, we spoke about the interest rates. There are and were anticipated building-specific operational challenges. This has actually come in $400,000 higher than we originally anticipated in our models to operate these buildings, specifically on a contract basis for the contracted services required for this building. And as I believe everybody knows, the old pavilions were never anticipated to be in our operating budget at this point and represent an approximate $400,000 expense to us annually to keep them up. A few other things that have impacted our affordability plan is that our commercial leases absorption rate is slower than we expected. We believe that this is partially based on the market conditions that exist out there today and our ability to appropriately be out there and soliciting that investment. And one thing I want to identify and and Aaron Crane is here from Tourism Lethbridge as well. But the tourism industry, although it is starting to show signs of recovery, and Alberta just came out last week with numbers, that for the first time since pre-COVID, we surpassed the number of visitors to the province. However, the hangover of those in-between years is still there and will still be there on the industry, as the industry is still greatly dealing with the impacts of debt and interest rates, and only the variance of those visitors to the province is what can pay down that burden. One more, sorry. Today we're here to ask three things, well, two things. We would like to formally ask to consider a capital grant of the total amount of overage on the project of $6.742,315.72, or a capital grant in the amount of $2,081,093, as explained previously, plus a debt deferral to allow us to get on our feet and recover from the changing market conditions that we've experienced over the past 3 years, allow us to appropriately get our feet under us, go after some of those commercial leases that were critical in our affordability plan, allow us to truly build a book of business that will put this world-class facility on the map and this community on the business tourism map. And in addition to whichever one of those works best for the city of Lethbridge as an option. And then secondly, in addition to either of those options, we are also requesting that the city of Lethbridge immediately take on the existing pavilions. I believe it was in May, City Council passed a motion, Councilor Parker, to look at the feasibility of converting those buildings into alternative use, of which we supported. But that is a burden that we were not expecting, and it is currently putting us in a risk financial position. Ryan, if you could. Thank you. We understand the gravity of this decision on council, needing to balance the financial burden, the long-term efficiency and the use of taxpayer dollars, and the excitement and the opportunity that each of you have felt towards this project. But I ask that you don't measure the success of this project in the first 6 months, rather in the first 20 years, and allow us the opportunity to reach the potential it has. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Warkentin. I would ask my colleagues if it'd be okay. I know coming out of in camera, we do have a presentation from administration. I think it's probably best to hear administration, then ask the questions after. Is that fair to say? All right. So with that, thank you, Mr. Warkentin. You have a seat, and then if we have questions, we'll have you come up. You can, right there is fine too. Sure, you bet. So we'll turn the time over for 5.2 conversation. We'll come back for resolutions after. So 5.2 and the time, Mr. City Manager or your designate.
Thank you. Thank you, members of council. Is the mic on? I'm just quite sure. Yep, it is. Okay, perfect. Excellent. So maybe just move to the next slide, and then I'll walk you through a little bit here. So in March of this year, Economic SBC directed administration to work with the Lethbridge and District Exhibition to determine the funding requirements for the demolition of the old pavilions and the current operating forecasts for the organization. Over the last number of months, my team and I have worked directly with Mr. Warkentin and his team in discussing the exhibition's financial cash flow and operating forecast to understand the financial sustainability for their organization, while ensuring the City of Lethbridge is appropriately stewarding the public dollars throughout the community. Out of these discussions and documents provided to council administration on the current operating forecast, it became evident that the exhibition was facing some very serious financial circumstances if they do not receive emergency sustainability support. So as on the slide here, it'd be easy to misunderstand the exhibition's emergency sustainability request. On the surface, the $6.7 million for the capital grant and the 4 years deferral is only what is being...
Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
If anyone is watching online, none of these slides are visible. I think the point is to have them visible for the public to see. And so I don't know if we can make sure that that's captured.
All right, we will make sure, and if I see your hand go, I'll watch for your hand to go up. If it does not go up, I know that they're published online. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Sure, okay.
I'll just yell again.
Is he meaning streaming or Teams?
And this is Teams or streaming, or I guess both,
Perfect.
correct?
Yep.
Are they up
Yeah,
now?
we're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure they were on the video for today's presentation. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, members of council. So it would be easy to misunderstand the exhibition's emerging sustainability request. On the surface, the $6.7 million for the capital grant and the 4-year debt deferral is only what is being communicated within the community right now, or the understanding within the community right now. The community needs to be aware that below the surface, the total cost of the exhibition's emerging sustainability request is $22.3 million. When you include the $3.8 million of estimated lost investment income for debt deferrals for the city of Lethbridge and $11.3 million of demolition or repurposing costs in the immediate takeover of the pavilions that they've requested. This grows to $31.3 million if the $15.7 million parking lot refurbishment is considered. There's also several unknown expenditures that will need to be determined by a city-led third-party review, including whether the exhibition will be able to repay the building loan or have sufficient revenues to maintain operations after 2025. During these discussions, it was noted by the exhibition that their financial modeling anticipated losing money in the first 2 years to 4 years. As Mr. Workton noted in his presentation, the exhibition is anticipating this to be closer to 4 years before this operation turns a profit. This could result in future requests for from the exhibition. I'll be speaking to the impact this will have on council's future capital project decisions from this 2022 $22.3 million request in a moment. Next slide. Today, per council's request, Lethbridge District Exhibition has brought forward a public emergency financial sustainability support ask of $2.1 million of capital grant to cover the unfunded portion of the project and $4.7 million in debt deferral. This will result in the city, as I mentioned, to fund this amount from the MRSR over the next 4 years and will reduce another $3.8 million in investment income until the funding is repaid in 30 years. The immediate takeover of the old pavilions, although the exhibition has requested this to occur, they had not provided, the impact to the citizens on the slide. This is why we had to, show the below the cost so that it's aware that it's actually $11.3 million. There's also $500,000 of annual operating costs to the city. That's not currently within in our operating budget. This is a very significant request and has a large consequence for the available funding and future projects for our community. Next slide. This slide provides a bit of an overview of the asks, which you're seeing before you on the request. The numbers in blue, there's the $22.3 million. So it has a $6.7 million at the top. It also includes that $500,000 for operating costs annually. That would be for these pavilions if we took those over. Investment income loss over 30 years at our average investment rate, long-term investment rate for the last 10 years of 2.06 would equal 3.8 million roughly. And deconstruction or repurposing of those buildings, which currently is estimated at 11.3 million. Next slide. So all the funding partners for the Agri-Food Hub made decisions based on the information available at the time. So what I'm referring to there is, at the time it was in 2020, we need now to seek further clarity on the full scope of this project so we can all work together to find a sustainable way forward. This will require the use of a city-led third-party review that will provide council and administration the information and analysis on the Lethbridge District Exhibition financial situation that is resulting in the current and estimated ongoing losses for the exhibition. The review will provide economic feasibility assessment, compare similar facilities, and analyze existing operating initiatives, future opportunities, and operating models. Next slide. So this, once again, just to bring back, so what we're seeing here for the discussion, that the request on the table currently right now is for $22.3 million. in taking over those other buildings. That's what council is looking at. And of course, there's a number of below the surface unknowns at this time. Next slide. Oh, and we can end it here because I think these slides here are for potential resolutions and so forth. So from that, I'll take any questions as well.
All right, with that, I'll open it up to any questions that my colleagues may have, and these are for both Mr. Warkentin or Mr. Matthews or administration. And we'll start with Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. This question could be to either or. There was a comment by Mr. Workington earlier in regards to the impact that interest payments had on the exhibition during that period of time when they first began the project until fairly recently. My question is, could you not have locked in the interest rates during the 2-year rates to avoid the increases that you have incurred? Could you not have gone for a blended mortgage as or a blended loan as an example?
Thank you, Councillor Milton Hope. I think the best answer to that question, to my understanding I have today, I'd have to look back, is that we had a capital schedule that delivered the Government of Alberta funding, the grant funding, as well as that loan funding, and we stuck to that, which was the June date, which is why we locked in at that time. I think I would have to go back and review our internal meeting minutes to understand why that decision didn't take place.
Perhaps then I could ask Mr. Matthews, was this an option that could have been exercised?
To Councillor Milton Hope, so just in that regard, for the City of Lethbridge to borrow, there is only certain times that actually we can borrow. There is, it's not to say that the exhibition couldn't try to do borrowing at a different period of time, but typically at the time of back then, it was still might have just switched over to the Government of Alberta from the Alberta Municipal Finance Corporation, but regardless of that, they only do it on the quarters. So to meet the time frames of that, so it means that keeping in mind that the borrowing bylaw was in October of 2020, that was approved, if my recollection is correct. And I believe they, at that time already inside of in the Government of Canada's contract, in the province of Alberta's agreement, there was actually a schedule in there of when they were going to borrow and so forth. So I don't know if, could they have done it? Well, maybe. They could have done it, but they would have had to change some things in the background, and I think it would also be within their contribution agreement with the province as well.
The comment by Mr. Workington, and I don't mean to be argumentative, but the comment by Mr. Workington was, we started off at, I think, Mr. Workington, you said somewhere around 2.3%, and by the time we were able to negotiate a new interest payment, we were all of a sudden up to over 5%. So I'm just simply wondering, was there an opportunity in there for us to negotiate a different loan schedule and or a different interest payment during that 2 or 3 year period of time? What I'm hearing is it was a possibility, we didn't do it. Okay, so is that the best answer that we can come up with? Is that no, we didn't do it. In retrospect, we probably could have done it, and it might have saved us some money.
Thank you, Councillor Milton Hope. Sorry, as a point of clarification, I didn't mean to be misleading. The point I was making is that at the 2.23%, I believe it was, is where we built our business plan and affordability plan. But by the time we locked in, it was not due to the negotiation, the difference between the interest rates. By the time we did lock in, that had changed significantly to the tune of over 40%, which led to approximately $350,000 variance on an annual basis to our bottom line. So
I understand that, and I appreciate it. I'm just concerned that if there was an opportunity We probably should have seized it. We didn't seize it, and now we're in a situation where you're incurring interest payments in excess of $300,000 more than what you'd anticipated back in 2020. If that's accurate, please tell me. If it's not, then please correct me.
That is partially correct. The second half of that is correct. The first half of that, to my knowledge, I would have to go back and see, as Mr. Matthews pointed out, we did have a defined capital schedule coming in from the province, so it potentially could have been that way. I can't answer that with certainty today.
Thank you for your honesty. Appreciate it.
All right, Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is to administration, to the manager, or through the manager. You mentioned that any funding be conditional on the Lethbridge and District Exhibition agreeing to a city-led independent third-party review. And I have a question: is what does a third-party review look like? What is an estimated cost, and how long would it take? Is it months or weeks?
Thank you, Worship, to Councillor Palladino. So a city-led third-party review is just, from a very high-level point of view, for the public's point, is actually an independent third party outside of both exhibition and city administration. So what it entails inside of that is working through the actual information, not only what some of the financial and decision-making and components that for the exhibition, but really also to building that feasibility study. So there's another component in there, for that, for understanding what 2024 looks like, what 25 to 27, and even longer, 2028 to 2034. So almost like a 10-year feasibility side. As Mr. Workington noted in his presentation, that there is some differences in their modeling, is suggesting that anywhere from 2 to 4 years, and I think Mr. Workington mentioned closer to 4 years at this time. So what the CLED does then is it takes a look at that, or that review does. It takes a look at the feasibility components of that to really understand, how can be a sustainability model for the exhibition, and how can we work together to protect the interests of both the city, the province, and the other funders and so forth in this regard. It provides, as well as also compares other models between the two, so it gives some other ideas, and also some of the different operating initiatives. You'll take a look at those that the exhibition is either underway with, or future opportunities and models that they may or may not have thought about as well. So there has been other municipalities you've seen do this recently. Just as an example, Regina is one of the areas that have done something very similar.
Okay, and if it's probably going to take into the first quarter of next year, I would think, and an estimated ballpark figure?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Palladino, you'd asked that, and I missed that in responding to you. So a couple things. It's going to be longer than the first quarter.
It's going to be longer than the first quarter?
Yes. I would imagine that it'll take us probably to this time next year to get through all that information. There is a reason why we have, administration has, looked at deferrals and so forth, and make a recommendation that you consider those kind of components for a longer period. And the reason for that is these are one of the times where to go fast, you need to go slow. And so you need to really understand what's before us, and in only fairness with the exhibition and ourselves and our community, it is really important that we take a look at this from a longer term. As for the cost component, it's a guesstimate at this stage here. What we have marked, at least what we've circulated around, is about $300,000. And where we're looking to find those funds is we have existing funding within our operating budget that can look after those dollars.
Okay.
So it's not a new request to the community, it's already within our budget.
But $300K and we have the money if we want to go that route. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Workington, for your presentation. The room has lots of people in here and a lot of supporters, and a lot of these supporters generated revenue through this project as well. I want it to be noted on that. And so they had invested interest to make sure that this project is successful, and your vendors have done an amazing job, and I want to give kudos to them. I want you to understand that I'm coming through a lens of as a person representing the community. And we're kind of like the bank. And you come to the bank here requesting for some kind of help with the loan, some help with some deferrals, that kind of stuff. So it's incumbent upon me to ask questions on not on behalf of the people in the audience here, but people in the community. How can you reassure me that I can tell my shareholders, the taxpayers, that this isn't going to be an ongoing concern year after year after year, based on the preface that Niagara North Penny did a business analysis of this project, saying that it would be self-sufficient, and also noting that every other business and every other organization over the last 3 years gone through COVID, increased interest rates and all that. Help me justify it to the community why I should invest in this and take that risk.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. I think the first thing I want to address there is that we did do some substantial modeling of this project, and pre-COVID, we did believe that by the third year, this project would be self-sufficient, and at that point in time, our contingencies would be intact to be able to absorb that loss. I would challenge that since 2019, that in some way there isn't a person or a business in the room that hasn't been impacted by changing market conditions. And I would argue to say that the tourism industry and the travel and trade and event industry has been one of the hardest impacted and slowest to recover. To the piece around certainty, and the piece I finished my presentation on, we are in the infancy of this project. We are in the first 6 months. Right now, we can't get our feet under us because our operating contingency that we did anticipate sustaining that loss position that I mentioned in those models is eaten up by this capital overage. It will allow us to appropriately go out and I'm struggling to find the words on how to answer this. It will allow us to go chase our business plan and appropriate recruit people, appropriate recruit business, to which we're hamstrung right now as a result of this capital challenge in the building. The future of this business plan has always included some pretty significant commercial elements. That was in the original feasibility, so we need to bring those in for this to be sustainable. But the unfortunate piece is that there isn't a high degree of certainty if we aren't given that chance to go actually chase that business plan. And I actually, again, would challenge or be concerned that the burden on your stakeholder or your investor, should we not have that chance to chase that, would actually be much greater than Mr. Matthews has demonstrated.
And I appreciate it. I know it's awkward to be in here. You don't want to be here. You guys don't want to be here. And you never thought you were going to be in this position. So kudos to you for having to come forward. And it's awkward. It's awkward. And there's going to be a lot of tough questions here. My second question, if I can, Mr. Chair, at the infancy of this project, we had partnerships. You were a partner. The City of Lethbridge was a partner. And the province was a partner. And as you know, 2 weeks ago, our Director of Finance said that things are a little dire, things are a little gloomy in Lethbridge in regards to our finances. And I can't help but look north to our partners in Edmonton who seem to have an odd bit of surplus once in a while. How is it going working with the other partner that was part of the party originally, that being the province?
How goes our relationship with the government of Alberta is exceptionally strong. I would venture to guess that there are people in Edmonton watching today online. we continue our advocacy efforts, and specifically our MLA, Lethbridge East, continues to work on finding us additional funding as well. I do not have certainty on those asks. I do have, one of the things we did request of the province to make our ask to the city of Lethbridge easier was a deferral of the borrowing for the 4 years, which would make it easier for the borrowing, for the deferral from the city to us. And we did receive a letter from Minister Horner's office since the last time we were here that stated, unfortunately, they can't work with us on that. They have to work because their relationship on that particular borrowing is with the city of Lethbridge. That's the sort of formal response I have. But there is work that continues to go on to find additional funding for support at the provincial level. And we can also continue conversations at the federal level on additional funding as well.
Cede the floor. Yeah, we're just hoping that if we're all in it for 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, I'm talking in regards to the capital part, that maybe the city steps up, and the province steps up, and then of course you folks would step up. So in a perfect world, that's what I would like to see. So I'll cede the floor. I do have further questions, but please, thank you, Mr. Workington.
Thank you. I do have a question for Mr. City Manager or his designate, Mr. Matthews. We always hear this number, this 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, and I mean, this is something that has been going on for quite a few years. Now, if we look at the modeling and the funding that came for this project, can you help me understand what the city's responsibility is? I know we put in the 25 million, but with backing alone, could you tell me what, if the city as opposed to province, because I get the question quite often, the province has put in more than the city, or the city's put in more than the province, or could you help that break down what the numbers currently set up? Because if we're holding the debt, that loan, I guess we are responsible for that debt. Could you kind of do a breakdown for me, please?
Your Worship, and thank you for the question. So I think some of the confusion on that number back and forth is whether or not it's the total after 30-year payment of the amount of that. So there's different ways of looking at that number. So the original budget as being brought forward, the province had 27.8 million of funding, the city has 25 million, and there was that loan for 17.8 million. So if you looked at the math from that, you would be closer to what Mr. Parker, or Councillor Parker, my apologies, had said in regards to roughly, the 33%. It's not quite that way. In fact, it was 35.4 for the city and 39.4 for the province and 25 for the exhibition. But that's after 30 years. That's after assuming the loan is repaid. So if you look at it from the point of view of where we're at today on it, who has the liability on that, if the payment's not there, then it changes the dynamic a little bit. So that would be more of a 60-40 split between the city being 60% and 40% for the province component. But that's assuming that that's right now, literally, if you looked at it on the books and the amount of money that's came back to repay that liability. And if you look, and so I guess I'll just leave it at that. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but.
It does. And so, I mean, we've got an emergency ask here, and those words, emergency, it puts us to the point of there's no funds to continue. So currently today, as it sits, I'm seeing more of, if the city was to you have to back this, which we are, you're into it for the 60-40 split then, city, province?
So that was the historical amounts. And I think in fairness now, there'd be other factors you have to bring into play. So obviously the federal government through Paris Can has come in on that. And there's also interest funds, which I think they're probably a mixed bag of those between the different, whether it's city, province, and so forth. So if you look at it from the point of view of those funds in here, and assuming that all of a sudden within the request, there was the $2 million capital and 11.3, the city's amount would go up to 43.3%. The provincial government would be 31% or 31.4. You'd have the exhibition if even at the end of 30 years, paying 20% and 4% for the federal government and in-screen. So in that regard, 30 years from now, if you look at the total mix of new money that's came in on this along the way, you know, that percentage has changed. But all intents and purposes, the city is will become the largest funder on the project.
Thank you for that. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for the update, and thanks for being here. I know this is a difficult time, and we've heard some dire numbers, but I want to, I always like to be kind of an optimist, and I want to see through you. Do you feel any sense of optimism in this space, in this industry, in Alberta, becoming the agri-food hub of Canada, like we've been trying to let the rest of the world know? And I know you're going to be competing against a lot of various sites in Alberta, like Calgary and even Edmonton. They're going to be competing for the same kind of people that want to show their wares. What kind of signs do you see, and what kind of optimism can you see at this point right now?
So the short answer to the start of your question is yes, I see optimism. I don't think I'd be sitting here if I didn't see that optimism in the opportunity that's in front of us. This facility changes the conversation about Lethbridge and Southern Alberta from a trade and tourism perspective as it relates to agribusiness. When we look at agribusiness as a sector in Canada, as a region of Southern Alberta, and its place in Canada, there is no comparison. And I think that's the opportunity that our organization believes so strongly in, which provides the opportunity for the trade and consumer business specific to that, and why our focus is that, because ultimately we are an ag society at the end of the day. So yes, there is certainly conversation about other facilities, one opening up next spring in Calgary, the existing ones in Edmonton. You can name approximately 13 other trade and convention centers across the country. But one thing that I would say is this facility is a game changer for us as an organization. Should we continue? But aside from that, it is a game changer for this community, for the industry, and it instantly jumps into one of the top trade and convention centers in the country. So yes, I see significant opportunity. I see significant opportunity for it to be a catalyst for investment on the 72 acres of that site, within the building itself, and further into this community. And that will not be measured by the balance sheets of our organization. That will be measured in 25 years of investment coming into this community.
Do you find that the word is getting out, especially in the ag industry, of who you are and what you are about to present? Is that getting through? I mean, this is going to be a tough news day today for the agribusiness, but can they see beyond this and say, it's okay, I get it. We need some time, but we're invested.
I believe that to be the case, and I would say that there's members of the agribusiness industry sitting behind me today, and they're here for that reason, because they not only see the potential in the region, but also in what this facility can do to drive further investment in the region.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you very much for coming in. As my colleague, Councillor Parker, said, this isn't easy, but these questions have to be asked, and the public needs to know, and we need to know what's happening. So let's not dance around it. How desperate is the situation? If no funding, what then?
That would put us in a critical financial situation. It would be imprudent of me to speak on behalf of the board. We would have to take any outcome from today's meeting to the board next week and explore all options that are available to us to the full extent. We will be doing that regardless of outcome. A negative outcome today drastically limits those options. And so it would put us in a critical situation financially where we would be in a place where we'd have to look at a very limited number of options for the future sustainability of our organization.
Okay, let's talk about you and your board's responsibility. You're admin, they're the governance. What are you and the board doing specifically to make this successful?
So I'll start by reiterating a point that our organization has been exceptionally hamstrung in the past number of months as a result of this looming situation, and has the potential to do so moving forward. I would say that the board is fully committed, to the best of my knowledge, to follow the path to ensure that this becomes a successful venue. I would say from my perspective and from our organizational perspective, we need to invest heavily in the event attraction aspect and work on further partnership with Tourism Lethbridge and Travel Alberta. To Councillor Campbell's point, we need to get that word out further. We need to further expand that opportunity, establish Lethbridge as a destination, and drive that investment here. That will take resources, and I've said that to our board. It will not, it requires a skill set and an understanding of the industry that we have been unsuccessful in finding here so far to date.
To tie that all sort of together, we've heard from Mr. Matthews about the third-party review. From your perspective, would a third-party review help you understand if you have the best operating model? Will it be useful for your organization as well?
Yes, I've had this conversation with Mr. Matthews. To some extent, it is something we're certainly agreeable to, and it's something we believe will vindicate a lot of the earlier assumptions that we do require a business model that's very different than our organization has been used to in the past, and does require investment of different kinds into our business model. We will not and cannot be the organization that we were in the past, and that transition is what we, without the support of council, are struggling to make.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, everyone, for being here. And as my colleagues have said, this is not a pleasant experience for anyone involved, I'm sure. I think, as Councillor Parker said, that the publishing of your presentation and our agenda and the later articles in the Herald have gotten me a lot of phone calls and comments. Apparently my colleagues had the same comments because a lot of my questions that have come to me from the public have been answered. So quickly to our city clerk, will the slides presented by administration be part of the public agenda? Will they be added at some point?
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. We are just reviewing the slides, and we will have them up in the agenda when we break. So we have to stop the system, and we will have them up then.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm sure folks would like to review those when they can, as would I, because right now I do understand that a lot of the discussion community has been around a $6.7 million ask. When we look through our numbers, it's really a $22 million ask. And that's a frightening request right now. So I have to think of that. So there's that one. Mr. Workington, the 400,000, I think you touched on it, I'm trying to find it now, building specific operational requirements. Can you talk me through what those changes that weren't in the original budget? What goes into that extra 400,000 a year? And I see the old pavilions was a $400,000 unbudgeted operating expense, but I'm just trying to figure out what that $400,000 annual change in the building specific operational requirements is.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. I hope you can hear me okay. The $400,000, so the first thing I will say is in our modeling, we did anticipate an increase in operational expenses for a much larger and much more sophisticated space. That 400,000 is over and above that, specifically on contracted items. That it's not new items, it's increase in the items from when the modelings were done. And so one example that's in that is the boiler management monitoring, which is an external contract. It's something that we did not have to do in the old buildings. We did anticipate needing to have a much more sophisticated sort of technical operation because it's a much more sophisticated system. We did not realize the significant contractual oversight of the boiler system that this facility has to the size that we did. And that being said, the contracted version of that is the much more efficient version than bringing in the 24-hour operational oversight internally at this point in time. It's much more efficient for us to contract that out at this time. So that's one example, but it is similar functions to that as I was, I think, mentioning earlier, the consumer expectation is significantly greater on this facility than it was on our own, and that on our organization. I apologize, I'm drawing a blank on what else is in that 400,000. That is an estimate also on the warranty items that will come off here in the next 18 months that currently, like the significant amount of landscaping is another example of what's in that price point.
Thank you for that. And what are you and your team doing to rein in costs right now? I'm sure there's loads of bills. One of the comments I've had and I've seen from myself is that even when the place is completely empty, it's lit up like a Christmas tree with hundreds of TVs going 24 hours a day. So are there things that can be done to, maybe that's a drop in the bucket, I don't know, but enough drops can fill up a bucket. So I'm wondering, are things like that being managed, or I'm just not sure why every TV has to be on and every light, and I'll leave it at that. What are you guys doing to rein in costs?
So
right now?
I can appreciate that comment, and thank you for it. I have certainly received that comment as well, and I've relayed that to our design and construction team. And the main reason why only very recently you've begun to start to see lights turn off is that the building was still being worked on, and we actually were only given full lighting controls really in the past couple weeks. And so we actually didn't have the full functionality of the system until very recently. And so we have begun to limit that operational exposure, quite literally exposure to the community as they see and drive by, and I've certainly asked that question. So that will begin to be mitigated as we fully take on more and more systems from the trades. At this point in time, I'd say the biggest thing we're doing is we haven't and we cannot recruit and grow our team. So that has given us some pretty significant cost savings in the short term. That puts risk on the questions. That puts significant risk on the questions that Deputy Mayor Campbell asked me earlier. And then really starting, we've already started in earnest. Our audit is ongoing as we speak. We will be putting a full stop really on all expenses that are not absolutely critical to continue our business.
Thank you. Appreciate hearing that. Mr. Mayor, I'll just ask one more quick question if I can, because I think it might take some time for Mr. Matthews or City Manager to find the answer. And so I'll ask the question. If they need time, I'll hop out. Through you to City Manager or Designate, the city also invested quite a bit of money in the utility reconfiguration, or a utility investment in advance of this project. So I wouldn't want people to think that our city contribution was only the 25 million. We did some work prior to that in preparation because we know that the new buildings wouldn't function on our current utilities. Do we know the cost of the city investment in the utilities to help make this project feasible? And if that number's not available right now, I can wait.
Through the mayor, we don't have that number before us right now, but give us a bit and we'll take a look and see if we can find that answer for you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, may I? I don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't know
Yeah.
who to ask.
No, go ahead, Mr. Workington.
To Councillor Carlson's comment about the slides from Mr. Matthews, and I can certainly understand the right for the people of Lethbridge to understand that, but I would also encourage some of that longer-term greater expense. And Mr. Matthews and I have had this conversation. Those are absolute. Those are facts that we know today of bills that will come forward. And the reason we specifically haven't spoken about the parking lot refurbishment, I think you had it up there as 15.5 million, is we aren't looking at the greater 72 acres as just a parking lot refurbishment. So I would also encourage council administration and the people of Lethbridge to look at alternative opportunities to drive revenue and not just expense off that 72 acres. I understand traditionally Lethbridge and District Exhibition has been sort of in a sea of asphalt, but one of the things we have been tasked with by our board, and I guess to the earlier question, I can't remember who asked it to me, I think Councillor Croson, how do we earn revenue off that 72 acres outside of our traditional model? And so if we are looking long-term at the future potential expense, I would also encourage everyone to look at the future potential revenue off 72 acres immediately adjacent to Henderson Lake Park, because it is significant, and I believe it can't be understated.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Workington, for your presentation, and to our city administration for gathering the information that we've heard today and that presentation. Mr. Workington, I'll start my questions talking about the investment to the community that Exhibition Park has generated. Can you outline some of the investment in the community that's been returned to the community, some of what Exhibition Park has generated since full opening?
Excuse me, just as a point of clarification, since when the facility opened or our organization?
No, since when the new facility opened.
Okay, thank you. What I can say is this December we'll pass 200,000 visitors into the facility, which is significant. So I want to start there because that represents, in a very short period of time, almost 67% of sort of an annual average of visitors to the park pre-COVID numbers. So in a very short time, certainly some of that is based on the excitement of the building, but I am happy to say, and to Deputy Mayor Campbell's earlier comments, the community sees optimism and excitement in the facility as well. Secondly, we've only just recently started measuring community engagement, and so the most recent examples that I have are from Whoop Up Days, nearly $80,000 of community charitable gifting and investment outside of our walls into different events throughout the community that happen as a result of Whoop Up Days and the events that we put on is not insignificant, and we look to grow that and grow Whoop Up Days as a community event. And then Whoop Up Days itself as sort of an economic generator, I do have updated numbers for you. I have been working with Aaron Crane at Tourism Lethbridge. We did look at our survey respondents from Whoop Up Days this year and learned that a little over 28% of the guests that came to Whoop Up Days this year were what Travel Alberta would consider to be a visitor to the market, which is over 40 kilometers. They've driven or traveled more than 40 kilometers to be with us. And so given the economic calculator that Tourism Lethbridge uses, that works out to about 4,400 people a day and over $4.4 million of economic impact to this community generated by Whoop Up Days alone. And it is a constant measure that we have in our self-produced events moving forward. And so in the future, I will certainly be able to produce much more numbers and more of an overarching picture instead of just event specific.
And further to that, tell me how much investment to the community exhibition park the new facility generated during construction.
There were over 300,000 man-hours of work to construct this building, 67% of which was here in the city of Lethbridge, and 100% of which was labor from the province of Alberta that was the 67% was either local Lethbridge companies or Alberta companies that had Lethbridge presence and paid Lethbridge taxes, and 100% of the labor on the project was Alberta-based.
Okay, and then one final question I'll ask before I jump out of the queue here. You mentioned this being a catalyst for investment in our city as well as our region. I want you to help me understand this a little bit. Tell me about some of the long-term plans that may be in place or may be thought about for this site.
Yeah, so the easiest and the quickest pieces that were always included in our affordability models were the 5 commercial bays within the building itself. The public that has come may notice that we don't have the traditional concessions that we had in the older pavilions. The intent with our building was that we had commercial bays, and we are working with Avison Young to secure those lease partners in the building. Avison Young here locally. The other piece that has always been critical to the success of this building, and we did do a study in summer of 22 on this. That was the hotel feasibility model. When you look around the country, and again going back to Deputy Mayor's very poignant point, one of the things that makes these facilities successful, regardless of location, is hotels attached to the facility, not hotels adjacent. One of the largest hurdles that we have in terms of capacity and the events that we can bring in today is the number of quality hotel rooms in the market. And so it is a pivotal piece to the future success of this building. Obviously, that would be an external third-party investment coming in. And it speaks to Councillor Parker's earlier comments. It is something that is essential and was always included in those early models. I hope that answers your question.
Yep, no, thank you. I'll jump out for now.
Thank you. I do want to run by council. I do have many more questions in the queue, and just understand that we do have a hearing at 3 p.m. Is it your suggestion to continue moving forward with this? I think that's fine, just so we could let the hearing it's supposed to be at 3 o'clock will come. It will be after this. I just want to make sure those that are here for the hearing at 3 o'clock, that will still take place today, but it will be after we conclude with this particular item on the agenda. So to continue on, Councillor Dodick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Turkington, you had earlier made a comment about a conversation that you had with Minister Horner. That sort of caught me a little bit by surprise in the sense that he had indicated to you, if I understood correctly, that because it was actually the city of Lethbridge who had taken the loan out from Alberta ACF, even though that loan is being paid by the exhibition via the city as a conduit, that it was something that he was not in a position to discuss. That was something that was an issue with the city. If the city wanted to discuss it, did I hear that? Understand that correctly, or?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dodick. If I could, just as a point of clarification, at the time that we made this ask to the city, we also made a similar ask to the province for the $2,081,093 in capital at we included the deferral of the loan, knowing that that was coming through the I can't remember the name, the municipal borrowing. Very recently, and it is new information, we did receive a letter stating that unfortunately they could not address that with us directly, that was because of the nature of the loan, because you are the city of Lethbridge is who did the borrowing with the province, that discussion would have to take place with them. We were merely trying to ease the burden on the city of Lethbridge.
Okay, well, to be honest, that sounds like a dodge by the province. So the question I have is, which follows directly from that, is since they dodged that because the city was a conduit for the payment of the loan by the exhibition, how did they address something that they certainly had ability to deal with, and that is to provide capital funds as they did in the initial tranche that they provided in 2020. So basically they said, no, we can't do the deferral of the loan because that's a loan through the city. And yet you also asked for money with respect to the capital shortfalls that you're experiencing. What was the response? Or do you have a response from them or a letter from them similar to the loan deferral request with respect to the actual capital ask, which I understand you asked at the same time when you had the meeting with Minister Horner?
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. I can't speak to the intent of the province in their response, and I wouldn't want to. I can't recall. To my best of my knowledge, I cannot recall the capital piece. If it was in that letter to my memory right now, I would have to go back and look, and I do not believe it is.
Red light on, thank you. As we speak here, the province has not given you a commitment for capital funding as of today's date, for additional capital funding.
That is absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Very much. Mr. Weston, can you just put the slide up of the building, if you can? It's not germane to my question, but adds a bit of context to it. Mr. Workington, the old building had an operational cost per day or per month to run, and then you have this new facility that's up here. How much more percentage-wise is it to run this versus the old facility, percentage-wise?
I apologize, Councillor Parker. I don't have that as a percentage. I can say it's significantly higher. On individual line items, it went up as much as 258%. On the whole, I would have to defer that question.
That's good. That just gives me a ballpark. So taking the banker perspective here and all that, obviously you're going to have to pass this on to your vendors, this increase in cost and all that. Obviously, you've taken this out to market, how much more it's going to cost from, let's say, for example, let me see what comes up usually, RV shows. Are you having to increase the prices quite a bit, and are you getting pushback on it all?
A significant amount of consultation was done on our pricing model. To answer your question directly, we have increased pricing specifically. We've changed some of our operating model. We did have to do that. Part of that was the burden of our mortgage, and part of that was to meet industry standards. We do believe we align with similar facilities in the country. We've brought in some specific vendors in terms of show decoration, carpeting, etc., that align with other facilities alike. And to answer the second part of your question, yes, we've certainly seen pushback.
It is a superior product. Used to be
it is a significantly superior product, and thank you for saying so.
It is a superior product. So when can you give us realistic projections in regards to revenue? Because you're always thinking a year ahead with conventions and all that kind of stuff. And I can't imagine you're going to pay your bills through little handcraft markets once in a while on the Blue Moon. When can you give us, as the board, some realistic financial projections of what you're looking at in regards to revenue versus your expenses? When could you give us that?
Councillor Parker, thanks for the question. That is a challenging question for me to answer today. Going back to to an earlier comment I made, right now, we cannot get that revenue engine moving. We cannot, given the current financial condition of our organization, we can't recruit the talent base that would be required to go chase that revenue, and therefore we can't accurately predict that convention business into the future. And so that is one of the biggest challenges that we are challenged with as an organization today, to be able to predict. So I don't have an answer for you when I can do that. My best case is as soon as possible, but we're not there today because I can't recruit staff, and I can't bring in a contractor at this point to do that work either.
So it's kind of a cause and effect. The lack of funding is not allowing you to go run your operations like you would want to.
100% correct.
Okay. Okay, I have further questions, but I'll...
Thank you. Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. This is more a procedure question, perhaps for our city clerk. This presentation has come forward today, but it didn't come forward in an SBC. It came forward in a council meeting. And of course, being a council meeting, the public doesn't have an opportunity. If this, and I'm not saying it will be, but if this was put off for a bit and our next SBC is assets and infrastructure, could it be added to that agenda if we wanted the public to have a presentation, like to be able to speak to it, and then bring it back in December? And don't worry, I'll ask in a bit if that works for timing. But is that at all a possibility with our procedures?
Thank you, Councillor Croson. If I could clarify, are you talking a council meeting or an SBC
No,
meeting?
SBC. I think assets and infrastructure is the next one that's in between this meeting and the next council meeting. And I know it's not the exact right forum, but would there be a possibility in some way to bring this to, because as Councillor Carlson mentioned earlier, the ask has increased even from what was publicized online, et cetera, or at least the way we see it, the ask has increased. So I'm just wondering if there's any possibility in our procedures to let the public have a chance to speak to this.
Council has that ability by waiving procedure bylaw to do that. That meeting I see is December 7th, so that agenda does get published this Thursday. So if we had the materials, we could publish, and then there could be time for people to look at the materials and do a written submission back, or if they want to come and speak. It's up to council.
Perfect. I was just looking at options right now. So knowing that that is an option, Mr. Warkentine, I know, I'm sure, whether one way or the other, you'd love to have information today, but is a 2-week delay going to be a game changer, or is that a possibility? Because of course, as Councillor Parker said, our shareholders like to have their voice heard as well.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. I would say my understanding of the situation as it stands today is that would have the potential to be a significant or critical impact to our organization, any further delay.
Thank you.
And if I may, sorry, I see the blinking lights, but if I can just go back to Councillor Parker's last comment that you made to me around the lack of funding is limiting our ability to appropriately go after the revenue. I'm paraphrasing, I apologize. That is specifically the problem at hand with us. We have, as I mentioned, we were anticipating operating loss, and that included in that operating loss is our ability to chase that revenue model. Because we are currently out of our operating reserve covering the capital unfunded portion of this, that's what's limiting our ability to.
And I appreciate that. So how do I, and don't take this the wrong way, as the shareholders and the board, how do I hold you accountable when I give you those funds? Should I expect a report from you every 3 weeks or 4 weeks in regards to what your projections are? How's it going out there? Is that fair to, or on a monthly basis saying, how much new business are you bringing? So I can tell my shareholders, hey, things are looking good and all that. Is that fair?
Thank you, Councillor Parker. I think I guess to my greatest understanding of that, again, going back to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel's earlier comment, some of this will be measured not necessarily in the dollars and cents that are generated on that site. Some of this will be measured in the dollars and cents that are generated in this community, and that's why that has become a critical component of our operating model moving forward, so that we can, I don't know about every 3 weeks, but on a regular basis, report the economic impact that we are generating from this facility and our operation.
This prevents us from being blindsided in 6 months to say, you know what, we need another deferral, pushed it down a little more. I'm like, well, what's happened the last month? What's 2 months? Like, I trust you, Michael. I trust you and I trust your board, but I have to answer to the community when I'm writing checks such as this amount, and we're backstopping things. So, and we can, like, I know it's warm fuzzies and we built a project, but it still comes down to dollars and cents.
Yeah.
And when we allocate funds towards a project that, it's at the detriment of other projects within the corporation as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we're just doing our due diligence. So it's never a matter of, I don't trust you, it's just a matter of, I need to ask these questions.
I'll say a similar thing to I said earlier. I would caution the alternative in that particular scenario, what that looks like. If it's
Well, alternative.
if we are not the ones who are able to manage that, what does that look like for your stakeholder?
Okay, okay, since you asked that question, I'm gonna ask a question to the city manager. Let's say they didn't get their funds, and for some reason, they brought the keys back to the city of Lethbridge. You would probably have to put some kind of scenarios in place and all that to take it over. Have you analyzed worst case scenarios from administrative perspective?
Through the mayor, you know, should that situation arise, there's a number of things that would have to be understood and worked through there, and I quite simply do not have the full level of detail on that today.
Have you done your due diligence as the city manager of a worst case scenario?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have one question here, going back to, I think, a question that was, it's about 250% increase, was that fair to say increase on prices to run the new facilities as opposed to the old, correct? Was that number, did I get that right?
That I was referring to some single line items. That was not overall. I did not have the data to present the overall number.
So it is more costly to run the new facilities than the old, though, it's fair to say?
It is significantly more
Significantly. Can you tell me is the square footage, what's the difference in square footage?
Just shy of 2.5 times larger.
2.5 times larger than all of the space that was there, the north-south?
Correct.
Every place, so it's 2.5 times. So then you'd feed 2.5 times the cost should.
That's why we see the 250% increase in some of the individual line items.
Okay, I didn't realize that we actually had 2.5 times more. Honestly, I should have known that, but I thought with all of the pavilions, that was similar spacing. It was just the way that was set up. Didn't realize it's literally 2.5 times the new one.
It's what
the old one is.
2.35. Yeah.
2.35. Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Workington, what's your annual sales amount to break even with this facility?
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, thank you for the question. We are currently working through multiple scenarios and different efficiency models. We do not have a go-forward number on that today. We are currently working on what that looks like moving forward.
And I would assume that that is something that we would expect to see coming out of a third-party evaluation?
That would be my expectation, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager designate, we heard from Mr. Workington that his organization has reached out to Minister Horner. Have we reached out to the province in a proactive manner with regards to debt servicing? As his previous comment, help me understand what we've done to work with the province on this, and have we asked the province for any assistance on this project?
So what I can say, as far as debt servicing, we haven't had particular discussions about that, but have had discussions with the Minister of Finance regarding this situation and how we might be able to work together or explore options to find a solution. And what I can say is that to this point, I haven't heard anything back. So.
Okay. And then just further to that, I'd like to follow up on a question that that Councillor Parker asked. He asked Mr. City Manager if you've done your due diligence on what may happen if we have to take over this facility. We understand that there are complexities of the City of Lethbridge possibly taking over this facility. If the due diligence has been done, can you outline a little bit about what that might look like?
Yeah, so the due diligence, I think some of those pieces we would likely have to go in camera. I would look to the city solicitor for those aspects because there's a number of nuances on the legal side that we would need to speak to. From a financial aspect, that goes into the third-party review, understanding where we're at, and quite frankly, it's the numbers before us, understanding the operating costs, the staffing models, what changes in staffing might be at the surface level. Beyond that, it would require a lot more work and analysis to understand what else might exist should that be of interest to council.
So we're further out than being able to have that done in a couple weeks when the next payment is due from Exhibition Park.
Absolutely.
We are much further out. Okay, I'll jump out for now.
A question I would have, Mr. Workington, I think, I mean, this is really a conversation of true transparency here. We've heard some of the questions, which is good. It's important that the community knows. It's important shareholders, as Councillor Parker had mentioned, know what we're dealing with. I'm curious to know if again there was no funds today. It's my understanding, and I think we've had this conversation before, that if the next payment was made, the next loan payment, that the organization could be dissolved the end of March. Is that fair to say?
Councillor, or excuse me, Mayor Higgin, we are currently undergoing an analysis with our auditors. We need to understand our options with our board of directors, and I won't and can't speak to a specific date today until I have the opportunity to talk with our board on the different options as a result of today's meeting, and so I'm concerned about the communication of a specific date.
And so the reserves, there are reserves that could be used for this next payment. There are still funds, even if it's dipped into reserves for December. Is that fair to say?
We have dipped into our reserves to cover that capital overage. Okay. If we had to dip in further into our reserves to make that payment in December, it would put us on a very critical lifeline.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, dollars-wise, and I'm sorry to have to ask some of these questions, but it's important to know that if running how you currently are running the organization, I think it's fair to say in a few months that you wouldn't be able to continue without a cash injection.
There would be a limited time frame that we would need to work with, yes, but unfortunately I would have to communicate with the board on that.
That you don't know. Okay, thank you. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of I guess, a comment and a question. I noticed that Mr. Hickey from the county is in the audience today, and I would like to ask this question through his worship to Mr. Matthews in regards to we've heard about Prairie's Can being involved. We've heard about the province. We've heard about our involvement. Could you express what the involvement of the county has been? I understand that they have provided resources to this project as well.
Through your worship to Councillor Milton Hope. So I will start this piece, and I might have to turn it over to Mr. Workington as well. But the county has provided in funding to the Lethbridge and District Exposition, maybe a better way of saying this, $2 million grant, I think, or so I'm getting for a gift is what the wording that Mr. Workington was reminding me on. So they gave some $2 million worth of funding, I guess, to the exhibition, not specifically at this time, but I think in the last in the iteration that, at least when we're looking at the slides here coming through on the financial model for the capital project, you will see that Prairies Can is part of the capital. You'll see the interest revenues, and you'll see the province, the city, and the exhibition in regards to that loan. But at this stage here, this doesn't have the county on that portion, but there was funding provided to the exhibition.
Yeah, if I may, thank you, Mr. Matthews and Councillor Middleton Hope, Acting Mayor Middleton Hope. We did receive a $2 million gift from Lethbridge County in November of 22, I believe. We do have Reeve Campbell, Councillor Sayers, and Councillor Hickey here today. That gift was given to this organization, no strings attached, to manage the future success of this organization through the construction. That it was very specific that it did not have a grant agreement attached to it, and could be utilized to make this a success. We allocated those funds very specifically to the significant operating losses we sustained this past summer as a result of construction being delayed and us being able to occupy the new space and not generate revenue.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Workington. I just wanted to acknowledge the county and their involvement in this, because to this point, I had not heard any acknowledgement that the county was actively involved in this. So I want to express our appreciation for that. It demonstrates that the region is very much online and very much working together to try and solve this very contentious problem. My secondary question, I think, is to Mr. Workington, and perhaps Mr. Matthews can help us out with this. We've been working on this for, and please correct me, Mr. Workington, if I'm wrong, but we've been working on this for about a year in terms of trying to manage solutions, trying to come up with a model that was going to be sustainable and we could provide for long-term funding. It has been a challenge, there's no question about it, and I certainly appreciate you and the board working diligently to try and come up with viable solutions that council can certainly support. One of the issues that I find somewhat troubling is the changes of numbers in terms of what our liability might be in terms of the exhibition and the cost. I won't use the term necessarily cost overruns, but I will talk about your moving target in regards to costs. One of those would be the demolition of the pavilions, as well as the rest of us in the room, that we're looking at a number of different options. But one of the issues with the pavilions has been the demolition. We started out a year ago-ish at $1 million. We're now sitting at $11.1 million. I can certainly appreciate interest payments as contributing to some of that, and even supply chains and a number of other things. But what is it that is driving some of these very, very large swings in terms of funding expectations? Could you speak to that? And if need be, Mr. Matthews can certainly help us out. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Acting Mayor Middleton Hope. I think first, as clarification, we first identified the potential risk of project overages in April of 2022. So it's been significantly over a year at this point in time that this conversation is going on. So thank you for acknowledging that. Second, one of the elements, sorry, I'll come back to that. The piece around the number and how it's changed, and I addressed this in my earlier presentation, we have looked at different alternative models, looking at different elements of this. We've gone out and found other funding partners in that time. that have changed that. But we've looked at what the most efficient potential impact to the city of Lethbridge and to the taxpayers of Lethbridge would be with the data we have at that time. And that data has changed. The ground underneath us has been moving continuously since we first identified that we would be in an overage position on this project. That is a product of many things, as you identified. Most importantly, I would say, and there are some construction people behind me, I would venture to guess one of, if not the most challenging construction window in the history of this province. And so we believe that the capital ask, even if you were to look at including the deconstruction in that, would still be under the provincial average on overages. Now, in that same construction window. The significant change that has occurred in the deconstruction or demolition number is we carried a number forward from many years ago from a joint committee of $1 million that had carried through significantly. When we did a detailed budget on that, we learned that it would be significantly more. There is a large component of hazardous waste in that number that would be required to be mitigated, and that would be the full refurbishment of that to pristine parking lot after deconstruction. So that was the original change we saw, and then the secondary piece, I believe, and Mr. Matthews, correct me if I'm wrong, the original deconstruction did not include and didn't call for the deconstruction of Heritage Hall, and we believe that that is the difference between the 9.1 or 9.4 budget on the deconstruction of the old pavilions, excluding the West Pavilion, and the 11.3 number that Mr. Matthews reported is a worst-case analysis of the most expensive pavilion applied to Heritage Hall.
Yeah,
I would just like to make a quick comment in regards to Heritage Hall. Don't be looking over at Councillor Crowson right now, because you'll be getting darted eyes at you if you're talking about taking down Heritage Hall.
I was careful to use the word deconstruction for that purpose.
Mr. Matthews, you had something to add?
Yeah, to Councillor Milton Hope, in regards to that, Mr. Workington is correct there. So one of the pieces of the 9.4 million, I think, was the original number that was in some of the work information that came from the exhibition. The difference to go to 11.3 in those numbers didn't include Heritage Hall. It also didn't include some work between, I believe, between the West Pavilion and there's a wall there. I can't remember which pavilion it goes to. But anyways, what we've done inside of that right now is unknown. So we've taken $1.9 million, which was the highest of the three existing pavilions, and just added that to a number because we don't know yet. We haven't had, the exhibition hasn't had, or ourselves haven't had time to go back and take a look at that number.
Okay. My final question then to Mr. Matthews, through his worship, would be in regards to the third-party review. What we're hoping to accomplish out of the third-party review is to significantly drill down into all the numbers so that we have a finite basement in terms of what this could potentially cost our taxpayers moving forward. Would that be a more accurate evaluation of the third-party review?
Once again, to your worship, to Councillor Milton Hope, that is true. I think that also there's other pieces in there. One is taking a look at kind of the decisions and changes that have occurred along this journey, as Mr. Workington has mentioned, that the new model is quite a bit different than what they were, and reality of the environment that is in the industry. So looking at that, looking at comparators to other areas, as well as I think what you're referring to, Councillor Milton Hope, is the feasibility side of understanding the short-term, mid-term, and long-term of whether or not what would impacts be in the financial sustainability for the organization.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parker.
Thank you. I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but I'm coming from the lens of someone who's underwriting the check for this. So Mr. Workington, you got to help me feel a little better with one of the answers that you said. Regards to financial projections.
Yeah.
You say you have no financial projections. I have to think that you know that this building was going to be running and operating next year. You're going to be having conventions, you're going to have shows and all that. Is it unfair for me to ask you, what are your financial projections next year so I can feel a little better?
Sorry, Councillor Parker, I may have misunderstood your original question. I thought you were asking when we would be making money. I apologize.
But just in projections, like we were saying, like, we're looking, like even, it make me feel reassured. Like, hey, we're looking at like 50% of the buildings are going to be booked out next year, or 25% or 30 things are looking really, hey, and our third quarter is looking really good, just so I can feel real assured that, things are good.
Yes, sorry. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you for coming back to it. We do have our financial projections for our fiscal 24, and we've extrapolated them to fiscal 25, actually working with Mr. Matthews and his team. So we have supplied those to the city. I apologize, I don't have the number directly in front of me, but
just in case.
But Mr. Matthews and his team do. And what I will say is there's significant growth in our revenue. We are, from what we've seen. In November and December alone, we saw over 100% growth in November and an 80% growth in December events alone. So there is, the building is working, going back to some of Councillor Schmidt-Rempel's questions about people coming through the venue, people being excited about the venue. We do have an increase in revenue. To be clear, we are still absolutely anticipating an operating loss in fiscal 24, which for us started November 1st of this year. We are expecting a lesser operating loss in a fiscal 25, and that's as far out at this current moment in time that we forecasted with accuracy with Mr. Matthews' team.
Thank you very much. Regarding the pavilions, Mr. Matthews, my resolution back in May of this year, I think that was May of this year, working in conjunction and getting the blessing of the CEO and the board that, the city wants them, they can take over it, if there's some opportunity to put volleyball, pickleball, that review in regards to not so much the feasibility, but the feasibility of the buildings in regards to what would it cost or what are we looking at, that's coming at how quickly should that report be coming back?
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Parker. I'll also maybe defer this to Mr. Elliott, and he can maybe speak to this one.
Thank you for the question. The draft report has been received, and we're just working with the consultant to finalize the report. There will be an update back to council on December 12th.
Much for that, and I think it's good that the community knows that. And then from there, we can make a decision which will for sure have an impact on what you folks do with those pavilions, because I think what you're requesting, which is a fair request, is if the city wants them, they got to take care of the operation. Otherwise, we want it off our books. Am I correct?
Thank you, Councillor Parker, and thank you, Mr. Elliott. Directly, and I have a few comments on that. The first directly is, yes, that is correct. If it is the desire of the city to maintain those pavilions, we would prefer to have those off our books because it is a significant burden for our organization.
Seen, of course, that would change the numbers that we've seen if that assumption came to fruition.
If the numbers that we've worked on with Mr. Matthews already include that assumption of us not having to expend on the buildings. We have worked at both scenarios, I believe.
Yeah, through to members of council, to Councillor Parker. So that currently the numbers that we've worked through is assuming that there would be funding coming to pay the maintenance of those buildings until the decision comes back. Or if council decides they would come over to out of that study, the actual buildings.
And I'm optimistic that those buildings could actually generate revenue possibly as well. So, but we'll cross that bridge when it comes. But you had something else you had to say?
Yeah, if I may, your comment around us supporting that, very specifically, why we've removed the $11.3 million ask from today's ask is because we support that. It is not, to be clear, it is not an ideal scenario for us for those buildings to remain. But if it is better for the city of Lethbridge for those buildings to remain and for the taxpayer not to see the burden of deconstruction, but instead an alternative use, we will support that. It limits the ability for this facility to see its full potential, and it limits the ability for other future potential revenue to be generated off that 72-acre site. But that is the rationale for why we have not included the deconstruction number in any ask, is because we do support that motion.
Thank you. And lastly, I think the community is pretty excited about the opportunities as well. Nothing right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. A question I have when we're talking about the deconstruction, I know going back to August 2020, as we watch these different videos of what's approvals at different times over the years, there was I think it was a $1 million for the deconstruction at that time that was built into the budget. Correct me if I'm wrong. That was correct, right? In August 2020, there was a question I think Mayor Spearman had asked, and that was 1.2 million or something was the deconstruction of these buildings.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan, for the question. To my earlier comment, there was $1 million placeholder in the budget at that time, which has been removed through the course of construction due to the increases we've seen. That placeholder goes back, I believe, since before 2012. The detailed budget when we went into the design uncovered approximately $3 million in hazardous waste alone.
Okay, so the request at that time was $1 million as we're going through the deconstruction of this for the build out of the new facility, and has made its way up to 11.3 million, I think is what the cost is now, we're hearing. Is that fair to say?
What we know for sure is that the estimate that we have, and it's truly an estimate at this time, it's not a ready for construction estimate, is just shy of 9.3 million, I believe, for the north, south, and main pavilions, and as well as Safety City, I believe. That did not contemplate Heritage Hall, and Heritage Hall, with the estimate that Mr. Matthews spoke of earlier, takes it up to 11.3.
Okay, thank you. And I do, to Councillor Parker, when he mentioned about this resolution that came forward in May, which I think is a great idea, opportunity to look for other ways to use these facilities. However, it is still part of the rental agreement or the lease agreement, I guess, by Exhibition at this time until, I guess, that request for anything different comes forward. That's fair to say, correct? You're here to ask to have that changed, but currently it is part of Exhibition in the lease.
To my understanding, that is part of the lease. However, I will also add that it's also my understanding that there's clauses in that lease that speak to our availability to actually afford to maintain those facilities.
Right. Yeah, that's why we're here today, is the affordability side, but it is part of that lease. I have a question for Mr. City Manager. Sorry, after you go through. I want to drill a little bit more into this review. We've talked quite a bit about the review, and some of the things, for example, is it sustainable? Is it sustainable for 2 years, 4 years? When does it become sustainable, this building? Is there more that you can add? Is this something this review is going to dig deeper into? Or is it just at the current model? Or does it look at a lot of these projects? I know we've heard a little bit of that, but could you maybe speak a little bit more to that?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. So the fundamental reason for the review is protecting the significant financial investment that the municipality, the province, the gift from the county, and other funders have contributed to create what we have today. So when you look at the review, just a fact-based approach, I think it's important to understand where are we today? What assumptions were made to get us to this point? Are those assumptions still valid today? And if not, then we need to be sure to adjust those assumptions on any forward-looking model. If there's revenue or expense changes or other things in the travel, trade, and tourism industry that say, as Mr. Workin has alluded to, slow to rebound, because then you might want to look at, okay, is the current space we have too much? Is it adequate? And if it was too much, are there other considerations that might need to be made in terms of use of the space that might generate degrees of revenue to offset expenditures that are ongoing? So I think those are foundational pieces that need to be considered as we work through that analysis to ensure that this is set up for success going forward.
So, and they would look through this review would articulate that?
That's exactly it. So looking at the key pieces, so if you're looking at the project in isolation by itself, it's one thing. But looking at the larger travel, trade, and tourism or event market to say, okay, here's other things that we're seeing within the country, within the province, and I don't want to step into Mr. Workington's realm. I'm just taking the business perspective to this to say, what correlation or causation might those factors have on our future success? That is absolutely my intent for what any analysis would consider.
Review does actually help the exhibition as well as the interests of the organization, I'm talking the city and the taxpayers, as well as the province, all within there. That review would look for the.
Absolutely, and it, let's to take Councillor Campbell's approach. If you're optimistic, it could come back and say, hey, yeah, this is really good. They've got these pieces, or okay, there's these little things we need to adjust, or no, there's some more adjustment needed. So one end of the spectrum to the other. That's kind of what we want to consider. But at the end of the day, it's about protecting the investment towards future success.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Workington, this is something that we talked about back in March, but just for the public's information and to refresh our memories on council. Contractor's bond, why isn't that covering cost overruns?
I apologize, I don't recall the conversation from March. I will have to defer an answer on that. I can't answer that at this time. I don't have a great enough understanding to be able to answer that at this time.
So what kind of contract did you have when we were doing this? Was it a fixed price contract?
I'm going to have to defer to someone else in the audience to come help me with this answer. I apologize. Come on up. I'll introduce.
This one out there, we had talked about it in March as to why.
We have, and I apologize.
No,
I'm
that's
just
okay.
I'm just not prepared to answer this, but I will introduce Mr. Blair Greer, our project manager from MB2 Consulting, who has managed the project for us.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So your question was on the
Contractor's bond and why it wouldn't be covering the cost overruns on this.
We went through a series of tender packages and tendering in early 2021 with Ward Brothers Construction, and that was actually rolled into a lump sum contract with them through the summer of 2021. From our project contingency, we had a steering committee and recommended to the board a certain contingency to move forward with on the construction costs of the project to handle the change orders that happen on every project. Throughout the course of the project, we went through a series of change orders with Ward Brothers. We're at approximately 250 change orders to date. So, and whenever we issue a change order to Ward Brothers, that's agreed that's either through a site condition, unforeseen condition, a design change, errors in the drawings, errors in emissions, that kind of thing. So any cost overruns that Ward Brothers had to incur just as a result of the day-to-day management of the project, they absorb just by default. So they only come to us for a change order, or us as in Lethbridge and District Exhibition, when there is a legitimate change in scope of the project. So.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to just switch to Mr. Matthews for a second. Let's talk about the 22 million ask. We're looking at 3.7 million over 30 years with regards to our investment income loss, which, if my math is correct, breaks down to about 126 annually. I just want to pull that in line with the $500,000 for the old pavilions because that's an annual number. And we're combining annual numbers with 30-year numbers in our information. So I just want to make sure that people understand that and there's no confusion there. Also to confirm, we talk about deconstruction and parking lot refurbishment. Does that commit the city of Lethbridge to paying for these? Because if we've got them in our math, it seems to imply that it does commit us to paying for these in the long run.
through to your worship to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
What my name is? Yeah, whatever her name is. Yeah, got
Yes. So in regards to the couple different numbers, so the 500,000 is an annual number, and it's a one-time number, one-time amount at least, or the annual amount of those costs. Whereas the 3.8 million is the over 30 years that will be out of pocket. Yes, so there is a little bit of difference between annual and over time money inside of that. Now, as for the commitments on this, what we're talking about today has been noted in the presentation that currently right now it's $22.3 million that the request would be. And here again too, this is what the request is, and the impact of that request. That's not what council's decision is or commitment to that. When it comes to actually the 15.7 or what takes it up to that $38 million mark, same thing here. That's something that's just anticipated in the future. Currently, the exhibition hasn't requested that of city council. It's just, once again, for the community to be aware of potential other components out there that would be working with it. So once again, council hasn't made any commitments to this, these fundings, and until such times as today, as council makes a resolution, and whatever that may be, there is no commitment even today yet to any of this.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, may I ask am I able to ask a follow-up question on that?
In answer to that, sure.
Can I ask a question on that, just so I have full understanding of that?
Clarification, sure. What's your...
Please. On our deferral request, it's my understanding that we would pay, and I guess I would like clarification on where the investment interest is lost, because our interest paid on the deferral should cover off some of that investment loss.
So to your worship, through to Mr. Workington, I'll do this properly. From that point of view, so in 30 years, you will start paying that back in the way the calculation. So the way the calculation is set up right now is you're adding to the very end if we're doing that. So you're having interest that's accruing, so that's out of the pocket of the community for use until 30 years down the road. And then yes, it will return to the city. But what we're trying to say is that between now and 30 years from now, that's out of the pockets of council for being able to use that from the reserve that we would normally have got those interest revenues into.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, we're out of question. I would have one more, and it was brought up by Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Is it fair to say, I know it's a very big building, so I know when you're building a house, 4 or 5 change orders is one thing, but 250 for a building this size, I don't know if that's fair or not, because I'm not in that business. But is it fair to say, and I guess the approval would come from the board, I would take it, for these change orders, is that fair to say?
From our steering committee, that's correct.
From the steering committee. And is it fair to say that all of these were necessary? They were needs and not wants. So needs to make the function of the building, and not, we want something that looks better. They were needs, these change orders. Because as you're going through, you must have known back then that this is going to be a lot of cost here, so we got to start sharpening the pencil. So these would all be needs, these change orders, correct?
Thank you, Mayor Higgins. So the first point I'll make on this is that I was personally advised at the outset of this project that we should expect over 200 change orders by an advisor at the time that the board had arranged for me on construction. So it's my understanding of a project this size that is a standard number of change orders. The one thing I will say is, to the second part of your question, is that same steering committee also, within those change orders, found 9.27 million of cost reductions in scope. And so, to your question about did we put things in to make things look better? In fact, no, we took 9.27 million out while maintaining the full functionality. And so all of those change orders either represented a cost reduction, to your point, or a functionality need for the space for the future use of the community.
So is a reduction, all of those were actually cost reductions, the change orders?
No, that's not what I said. They were either a cost reduction or a functionality use of the space.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering if Mr. Matthews has had a chance to find the number of the investments or of the utility investments we made?
Yes, my apologies, we lost track of that. Mr. Sanchez, Director of Infrastructure, has that answer.
Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, I had a chance to talk to to our team, and we did some upgrades to some of the infrastructure, mostly on the electric side. But that upgrade is typically done through the life cycle and is recovered through rates for any upgrades that we do for projects like this. And if I'm correct on the number that I got, all the upgrades at the end of the day were in the vicinity of $100,000 for the electric upgrades that are done through the life cycle and recovered through utility rates.
And thank you. If I can, just a supplemental to that. Mr. Zant, you just mentioned electrical. I know, and this is before your time, but we also did, I believe, sewer and water upgrades. And that was in preparation for this project otherwise this project would never have come to fruition because we didn't have the capacity. So it was those that I was trying to figure out what that cost was.
Yes, you are correct. About 10 years ago, there was some pre-work done on the new water, sanitary, and storm lines that were done along Parkside Drive. And that was done in order to anticipate any future growth in this area. Similar to what it was done on the electric side, I don't have the dollar amount for those. I could go back and into the CAP and look into those. But similarly to the process, this is part of what we have as life cycle, replacing the pipes. And at the time we need to do the replacement, we do upgrades, and they are typically recovered through the utility rates.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carlson. I see that we have no further questions in the queue. So I will look to my colleagues and look for about a 10-minute break. If there's a resolution to be worked on for this, a quick break, and we'll return. It's at 4:05. All right. So with that, we'll return at 4:05. Thank you. All right, we're going to reconvene, and I want to thank those for their patience, especially for those that are here for the hearing that's coming up. But I do have a resolution here from Councillor Dodick, Lethbridge District. Whereas the Lethbridge District exhibition has a shortfall with respect to the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center project in both capital and operating costs, such that they are unable to continue operations under or in the near term. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council, contingent on receiving a formal commitment from the Province of Alberta by December 11th, 2023, and conditional on the Lethbridge District exhibition agreeing to a city-led independent third-party review, direct administration to provide, number one, a capital grant of $2,081,093, of which $1,040,546.50 is to be provided to the city by the province to cover the capital shortfall, with the funding to be held in reserve and which can be accessed by the Lethbridge District exhibition upon their submitting claims for eligible expenditures for the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center project, with funding being provided subject to the amendment of the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center project grant agreement in a form satisfactory to the city manager, and upon confirmation from the province of Alberta of their financial commitment referred to in item 1 above, be it further resolved that City Council provide to the Lethbridge District exhibition interim funding, operational funding up to $500,000 for maintaining the old pavilions, with the city's contribution with one-time funding coming from the Municipal Revenue Stabilization Reserve, for which the Lethbridge District exhibition will be required to submit claims for the eligible expenditures for the old pavilions, with funding being provided subject to an execution of a contribution agreement in a form satisfactory to the city manager. And number 3, defer 2 of the Lethbridge District exhibition semi-annual loan payments of $589,913.59 for the period of December 15th, 2023 and ending June 15th, 2024 by adding 2 payments, December 15th, 2052 and June 15th, 2053, plus accrued interest based on the city's average 10-year investment portfolio yield at the time of deferral, to the development loan agreement between the City of Lethbridge and the Lethbridge District exhibition, with the interim funding of $1,167,827.18, 2 payments of $583,913.59 from the Municipal Revenue Stabilization Reserve, and authorize the city manager retain and work with an independent third party to obtain the information necessary to evaluate and provide recommendations on the strategic and operational planning, as well as the financial decision-making of the Lethbridge District exhibition to support their ongoing success. The review will also provide an economic feasibility assessment of the exhibition to determine short-term 2024, mid-term 2025 to 2027, and long-term financial sustainability 2028 to 2034. This will include comparator business models that are similar to the Lethbridge District exhibition and scenario analysis for the future state of the Lethbridge and District exhibition, analyzing a range of existing operating initiatives as well as possible future opportunities and models. The selection of a consultant will be jointly considered by City and Lethbridge and District Exhibition Administration. Funding up to $300,000 will be funded from the existing 2023 to 2026 operating budget in accordance with Financial Services Policy FS1. As per the delegation of the city manager in bylaw 6099, the city manager bylaw, administration to report on the status of the third-party review with regular updates to the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, and direct administration to execute amendments to the development loan agreement to reflect the amended schedule of loan payments. And further resolved that City Council direct that the closed meeting report and discussion with respect to the Lethbridge District Exhibition Project update remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, harmful to business interests of a third party, 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 23, local public body confidences, 24, advice from officials, and 25, harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And I will open it up first to questions. Councillor Crowson.
Partly a question, partly suggested amendment, having to look at this. But my questioning earlier about whether this could go to an SPC, my amendment I'm going to make is, and 6, put exhibition onto the agenda of the upcoming Assets and Infrastructure Standing Policy Committee, just as a submission, so that the public can speak to it if they choose to.
Mm-hmm. And that, once we put that in there, would need unanimous consent to be added on? Unless you, are you accepting
I
it
don't think
as,
the city clerk's going to let us do that as a friendly.
that's a little too much of,
It's up to the mover whether that's a friendly, but that motion in itself, to add it to the SPC, I think would take unanimous council support, because you have to waive the procedure bylaw. Assets and,
You're not
assets and
adding.
infrastructure, I think is what she's saying.
That's my committee.
No, I'm okay, I'm fine.
so you're fine with that?
Sure.
All right. So that as a friendly, it still has to be voted on, Madam City Clerk?
If you took it as a friendly, you added it?
Friendly-ish, all right.
So that would be just a majority vote if it's a friendly-ish.
It's a friendly.
So is a majority, so just on
No, no.
number 6,
It's a friendly
I
amendment.
know, but just on number 6, do we still have to vote on that, or is it?
Well, I'm just thinking, to change the mandate of assets and infrastructure to add this would take suspending the procedure bylaw, and that takes unanimous support of
Because it's
council.
not-
But you may not be looking at it like that. You might just be adding it to that agenda and not worrying about the mandate. So I just have to think about this. So.
Well, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Lowen. Because how we are looking at it, I'm not sure how we are looking at it, to be quite honest. To put to the asset and infrastructure SPC, as you see it here, and I know Madam City Clerk mentioned that we would have unanimous support according to the mandate, or is there another way to put this on without the need for unanimous support? It may be both of you, sorry.
Well, isn't it, another option is a special meeting.
Oh, sorry.
So, a question just occurred to me, is that you're not trying to change the resolution in any way. The resolution would still be voted on today, and depending on how it goes, it still is a functioning resolution if it gets a majority vote.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it would be. It's for public input at that time, so I'm not sure, Councillor Croson, the resolution still stands that it is today. It would just give folks the opportunity to come in, but they're not going to be able to change the resolution.
No, but they can't change the resolution, but they can have a statement, like I say, and if they come up with something completely different, we can rescind this ourselves if we find that we're getting a response from the public very different than we expect to get. So we do have options, but this does allow us to hear from the public because there is no other mechanism right now for us to before the December 12th meeting.
Okay, so if this passes, then this will stand as a passed resolution, with the exception of communication from the public, and then when it comes to December 12th, at that time, a member of council could ask to rescind and.
Or
but-
amend at that point.
But if not, it would carry on the
Or
way that it is.
divide, or, yeah.
Mr. Lowen, thank you very much for your reply. Appreciate it. All right. With that, next question, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Just, I guess my question is, we need the government to respond, Alberta government to respond. What if there is no response? And I don't know who can answer that. They don't say, yes, we're in charge or we'll do it. That's the question.
I'll respond to it, yeah. December 11th was a very specific date because the next council meeting is December 12th. The reality is a decision will have to be made by council on December 12th, whether they are prepared to fund the exhibition at the ask that they had, despite the province not responding or committing by December 11th. I can only speak for myself, but if the province chooses not to respond in a favorable manner by December 11th, unless something, and I'm always open to changes during debate, I would then unfortunately not be amenable to voting in favor of a rescindment and amendment motion. This motion, which I'll explain during debate, why it reads the way it does. But the reality is that if we don't get a commitment from the province by December 11th, at least in my view, the ask is no longer an issue for me, but I'm only one of 9.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And that answers your question, Councillor Campbell? All right. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the mover, if I can. Just for clarity, Councillor Dodick, the motion that was read is exactly the motion that you did send out a copy of, so I know that I'm dealing with the correct motion.
There's a couple of slight changes in that in paragraph 2, the words provide to the Lethbridge District Exhibition were missing. It just said interim operational funding. So I don't know which one you got, but if it was missing those words, provide to a Lethbridge District Exhibition, is that the one you got?
I think that
You don't know what you have.
yeah, I think I've got the old version, but by and large,
Nothing in substance, nothing has changed.
Thank you. Thank you. Then my question is, this is providing operational funding for the old pavilions, not taking them on ourselves, correct?
Okay, what the, I was going to mention this again in the debate, but I'll answer the question because it is a good question. What it is to provide the, as it says, interim operational funding for the pavilions. I know that the exhibition has requested that we take over the pavilions basically immediately, but the purpose of this is to give them the funding to maintain them, which still leaves it open to us after a year has gone by, depending on what that review that comes out and says, well, look, these have good bones and they can be used for something else. So it still leaves it open for the city to take them over and then provide the operational funding. So this, again, unfortunately, contingent to the provincial commitment, make sure that the exhibition has the funds at least to maintain the old pavilions. You have to understand that if today we were to undertake to take over the pavilions, I think it was mentioned by Mr. Lowen previously, we have a lease in place and that covers a certain amount of ground. So you'd have to sort of essentially carve out those pieces, have them specific to the pavilions, and you get into a interesting situation. So it'd be better, at least in my view, it was to be better to do the operational funding for the year, and depending on what happens, if it requires legal changes to the lease, to do the carve out. If that's the way you go, at least you've got some time to do with it. You could not have done it today. It would have been pretty well impossible. Does that answer your question, Councillor Elf?
Yes, it does. Thank you. And last question through you, Your Worship, to the City Manager or Designate, Mr. Matthews. This puts an added nearly $1.7 million pressure on the MRSR. Is that doable?
Through the worship to Councillor Carlson, yes, we would, if you remember back at the economic update, we had projected some funds for council to use as one-time funding during the course of the 2023 to 2026 period. This would be one of those draws on those funds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Middleton-O.
Thank you. So my first comment would be to the mover, Councillor Dodick. This appears to be a very prescriptive motion. What if we don't get a response, and what if we don't approve the motion and make a decision to defer this to December the 12th in any event for further discussion and a decision at that time? What kind of jeopardy will that place your motion in?
Well, if the motion doesn't pass, it dies, so it's defeated, and I believe Councillor Schmidt-Rempel would then be prepared to provide an alternative motion to this one. So basically, what's happened, either you can pass this motion, then it's over until December 12th anyways, depending on what happened, depending on what council or a council member might decide to do on that date, subject to whether or not the province is angry enough at me that they're going to say, well, no, we're not going to give you any money no matter what you say. Or alternatively, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel's resolution, I'm not going to say what it is or isn't, may or may not pass, which leads us down the same path. None of the choices here are great. Okay, I appreciate that, and I don't like being the one sponsoring this resolution. I would have just assumed that Councillor Mark Campbell would have done it, but he said he won't, so that's it.
Okay, so we've got a couple of options then coming up, and we'll wait for debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Sophie. So it really doesn't have to be, there shouldn't be a lot of debate on this, in that we're going to refer this to the 12th, and on the 12th, that would be the time to change it. Am I correct, or what do you expect?
No, it's a decision. It's a decision made today. If the province doesn't respond in a favorable manner by December 11th, subject to how many members of council are prepared to rescind it, if any, it's dead.
Okay, that gives me some clarification. Thank you.
Councillor Crowson?
Procedure question at this moment, Mayor Higgin, for the city clerk. If this gets voted on, moves ahead, we don't get the money by December 11th, a motion arising, whether it's Councillor Schmidt-Rempel's one that she may have in her back pocket or another, could be brought forward on December 12th, correct?
It wouldn't be a motion arising, it would be an alternate motion. Okay. So yes, it could.
So there are options and opportunities moving ahead. This is one, but if this fails, because the contingent part doesn't go ahead, there's other opportunities as well.
There is, yes, but it can't be a similar motion that is put forward to what this is.
I don't think any of us write similar to Councillor Dodick.
All right, I see no further questions in the queue, so I'll turn over to Councillor Dodick to open debate.
Yeah, I'm not going to be super long, or I've said that before, and then we're super long. I do want to thank the county because it was mentioned, and I was going to mention them earlier, about their $2 million unconditional gift or grant that was given to the Lethbridge District Exhibition. I say the same thank you to Prairies Can for their contribution. And I do thank the Lethbridge Exhibition and Lethbridge District Exhibition for the work they've done to date, and I know it was a tough decision for them to have to come to council a couple of times with hat in hand, but it's equally a tough decision for us to do a resolution which obviously is not going to be something that the Lethbridge District Exhibition wants to hear, much less what the province wants to hear, although I hope they will listen, and I will explain why I think they should listen in a second. Historically, the Lethbridge District Exhibition, at least during the time that I was around, came to the 2014-2023 capital improvement plan budget and made a presentation, and with respect to a new facility that was going to be built, they were going to be done in 2 phases, and the total was actually, when I look back at the numbers, it was somewhere around $91 million, but it included a lot more. I believe it included the pavements and other things as well. At that time, I drafted a resolution, and that basically said that the Lethbridge, or the city of Lethbridge, was going to put in $25 million, provided that other sources, and only some of them were named, were said the province, the federal government, and Lethbridge Exhibition. And at that time, Lethbridge Exhibition actually were prepared to put in $16 million. So, but that resolution was very specific in the sense that the money had to come, all of the money, but for $25 million, had to come before the city would contribute their $25 million. During the 2018-2027 CIP budget deliberations, I couldn't tell from the material, I didn't go far back, but it looked like the scope of the project had changed somewhat, and that it actually went down to $78 million by that point in time. At that time, there was also an amendment to the resolution that was therein for the 2014-2023 CIP plan that sort of removed some of the guardrails in terms of the contribution scheme that was to be applied. And then fast forward to May through August of 2020, the province came through. I can't remember, it was a Dodge or a Ford, one F-50, where Premier Kenney was driving. But in any event, they told the city, or told the exhibition perhaps, that $27,800 was available to be provided for a Lethbridge and District exhibition. And the city of Lethbridge considered that. They had a presentation on it, and it turned out that the province, or the exhibition, would have to obtain loans of approximately $17,800,000. There were some other things involved, land and exchange of land, but that's not relevant for this discussion. But that had to be funded through the then Alberta Capital Finance, which meant that the city effectively had to guarantee the loan. And so the appropriate loan bylaws were passed, and so basically just approximately $18 million was approved, $27 million came from the government of Alberta, the project was budgeted at $70,600,000, and ultimately the project was approved, and we now have a spectacular, beautiful building that I'm sure, given funding, will be a success. And I say that more with a hope, because right now we do know that the interest rates have impacted the Lethbridge and District exhibition as has COVID. And this resolution was crafted because the province is always telling us that we should be regional partners, we should be partners with everyone and get along. And we received a very nice letter from our UCP MLA dated November 23, 2023, that is supporting the Lethbridge and District exhibition. I won't quote the entire letter, but it's really very accurate. It says Lethbridge and District exhibition brightens our city, it draws people to Lethbridge, strengthens our city's economy, and provides a welcoming place, and goes on like that. And I think the letter that extols the merits of the Lethbridge and District exhibition could be written and said by anyone in the horseshoe here, or anyone that's in the audience, anyone that's watching, and all of our citizens. And then he writes, this request, when compared to the massive economic and cultural benefits the Lethbridge and District exhibition and future projects that will work alongside it will bring to Lethbridge for many years to come, is comparatively minor. It is comparatively minor, but it's comparatively minor to the city's budget, but it is a tiny drop in the bucket to a province that's awash in reserves or royalty monies that are owned by all of the citizens of Alberta, whether they be rural or urban, whether they be city, smaller communities, all of Alberta. So he finishes by saying, it is my conviction that the Lethbridge and District exhibition is one of our city's most essential facilities and prime tourist attractions, and it must be supported. I wholeheartedly agree. And what I am asking, or what I'm hoping the rest of council will agree with me, or at least 4 members of council will agree with me, is that let's together, cooperatively, province and city, we've already contributed monies towards this project in a significant amount. Let's work together. And province, what we're asking of you is a commitment by December 11th of only 1/2 of the capital grant of $2,081,093. That is $1,040,546.50. The city, if that commitment comes through, the city will also do the deferrals that have been requested by the Lethbridge and District Exhibition, and they will fund the interim operational funding for 1 year until a determination is made whether that is something that will continue or whether the city will take it over. So that is my ask, and it is of the province, and I hope that they hear it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. I do not see anybody else in the queue. Okay, we do have someone in the queue. Councillor Campbell, go ahead.
Sure, I support Councillor Dodick. I was thinking, as the older you get, the more you reflect on things in your life, and I was reminded by an old Kenny Rogers and Kim Carnes song from probably the 1970s, late 70s. It was, "Don't fall in love with a dreamer." And I was having a water cooler discussion with someone at the time, and that person said, "No, you always fall in love with a dreamer." And that kind of resonated with me. And you know, you think about the dreamers of this community, those who dreamed about Henderson Lake, those who dreamed about the high-level bridge, those who dreamed about the recreation center, those who dreamed about the Japanese gardens. They were all dreamers, and this project is a big dream, and it's one we've got to keep. We don't right now. It's a bit of a nightmare, but I'm hoping that with the help of this resolution and the help of the government, I hope they're also dreamers, that they will continue with the support of the exhibition, and we can wake up from this nightmare, and the dream will continue. So I'll support the resolution. Thank you.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Councillor Dodick, for putting this together and bringing it forward. It seems to me like we all want this facility to succeed and understand that it's imperative to the long-term economic development of our city and region. I will not say that Exhibition Park is blameless, nor I will say that the city of Lethbridge doesn't bear some responsibility as well. What I will point out is that, like Exhibition Park, the city of Lethbridge also faced financial pressures over the past few years. To differing degrees, both organizations have faced pressures to provide services, complete infrastructure projects, and serve our community in an environment of rising inflation and costs, while also facing supply chain issues, which in turn cause construction delays and costs to rise. We've seen this with our own projects, all while doing our best to balance affordability with limited resources. MNP could not predict COVID or all the increases this project faced. Further, if we go back to the historical debates around this project, watch some of the videos, which I did this weekend, and I thank Mayor Higgin for sending those to us, we'll see that council voted on the project understanding that things can change and will change as the project progresses. My focus on this project has always been on my commitment to the economic development and benefits to the region. This is a large startup. Large startups see operational deficits in the initial years, and perhaps that's because I come from a background basis and I'm working with 2 large startups right now. I understand the cash flow issues everybody faces. The difference here is that Exhibition Park cannot go to a bank for financing like a private business can. We're not just supporting Exhibition Park, we're investing in our commitment to those agricultural businesses in our area, to agriculture and to economic development in this region and in this province. There's much more here than the financial ask. It really is the well-being and collaboration of our region. It's about how well we can partner on a challenging issue and come through with all our partners on the other side. The Agri-Food Hub is what ties this region together. It's something that the city and region and other stakeholders have come together around and enhances our agricultural roots. I will not be supporting this motion for a number of reasons. The City of Lethbridge requested the Old Pavilion's feasibility study. I believe it's our responsibility to bear this cost with or without the commitment of provincial funding. Waiting until December 11th only kicks this can down the road, and Exhibition Park has impressed upon us the timeliness of their ask. Waiting until December 12th meeting, if there's one thing we've learned, interest rates can change in a few days. This is 14 days. Interest rates can change. Every day delayed for a decision risks changes to the funding structure. Regarding the amendment of adding this to assets and infrastructure so the public can speak, we've allowed the public to speak at council meetings before on other issues. We have a number of individuals here today who are likely prepared to speak to this, and we've decided not to allow that, so we're being inconsistent in our procedures. Finally, in addition to the financial costs, we need to consider any unintended consequences or costs this might have insofar as intergovernmental relationships, as well as the relationships and perceptions with investors and other stakeholders in our community and region. It's time for Council to demonstrate a commitment to the current investors and stakeholders on this project and to Exhibition Park, whether the province comes to this party or not. This project brings the community and region together. I support that. Whether the province comes forward with an additional support or not, I'm not saying we shouldn't continue looking to funding from the province, but I am saying we should move forward with this without the conditions this motion puts in place.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I will support this. Is this a perfect motion? No, not in any way. But what it does do is we had a request for 4 years of debt referral. This gives half a year and gives us some time to go look a little bit deeper and to figure out if we were going to and how we would do the other 3.5 years after, or 3.5 years after that. This also gives $500,000 for 1 year on those old pavilions, which then permits us to get that third-party review done and look at long-term. It also allows us to have time to get in the feasibility study. It also, when we're looking at the more expensive parts, the $2 million, but also possibly the future $23 million, gives us a chance to speak to the public. I realize that assets and infrastructure isn't the perfect location for it, but being that it's December and adding more meetings might not actually work for people, adding it onto an agenda that will already be in existence is one way, and that way this isn't something we're just bringing forward to the public, but it's something that they would have a chance to, an opportunity to discuss. Because this motion only solves it for a short time. The long-term motion still has to come about what might be the long-term plan, and then the public would have had a say in this, and we're not just bringing it forward today, making a decision today without their input. And I really cannot move forward without the public's input on this. I take a different view on a lot of things than other people may. We are dealing with, immediate concerns, but we also have to look at the long term. And I have complete understanding that some of the buildings we take greatest pride in today in Lethbridge were white elephants when they were built. Galbraith School was seen as the worst location and much too large, and it's turned out to be one of the most beautiful buildings we still have. When the original grandstand was built, it was built way too large for the community at that time, and then was beloved for 60 years. But we still have to do our due diligence, even if we believe in a project, we still have to make sure that it is going to work, both short-term and long-term. I think this will find the right balance of doing some short-term bridge funding while we make the long-term decisions. So I will support this.
Councillor Parker?
This is a tough one. Usually I'm quite an optimistic person. My kids know that I'm very optimistic, but I'm actually quite pessimistic. I really believe that the city is going to be hung out to dry on this. I believe that the taxpayers are going to be paying for this in the long term. We can all have these rose-colored glasses that this place is going to be packed and all that, but if I was, as the board of directors and all that, I have a lot of concern in regards to keeping the lights on there in the long term. And I'm just calling it as I see it. I'm sorry, I could easily go with the group and say, yeah, we'll do this, but I have a lot of concern. There's a lot of concern. And so I will not be voting for this thing in all of it. I'm actually going to be asking to vote to divide, because there's certain things in here I do like, but there's certain things that I don't like. And, you guys are going to be mad, people are going to hate me and all that, but I'm going by my gut on this. I'm going by my gut, and I have a lot of concern. I have a lot of concern, and so I'll ask for it to be divided, please.
Now, divided where on each of the?
Each one, 1, 2, 3.
Each one of them?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So the motion divides, so to speak on, so first of all, we will vote then on, I guess if there's still any debate on the original resolution, then we divide, Madam City?
Yeah, you can continue debate. We don't need any vote on dividing anymore. So
Okay.
if someone's requested it, it automatically gets divided. So
All right. Okay, so we'll continue with debate. Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will support the motion as it is written right now. I agree with the assessments made that none of this is our fault and it's not the exhibition's fault. Interest rates and supply chain problems and COVID and the old pavilions are to blame, really. And I'm looking forward to the third-party review myself, so I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Palladino. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship, and unfortunately, I can't see the revised motion or the splitting of the motion. So when I have an opportunity, I'd like to have it take that time to review it. And so I appreciate Councillor Parker requesting that these points be separated so that we can have a more fulsome review of what we've got. Where I land on this particular issue is we have consistently requested complete and consistent information regarding challenges and opportunities, and yet these remain elusive. They remain a moving target. As Mr. Workington indicated, we have been having these conversations for over a year and a half, and I have participated equitably in those conversations. And quite candidly, I'm at a loss to put my finger on specifically what the financial challenges are, and as a result of that, motions that deal specifically with a third-party review will certainly get my support. We really do not have a clear understanding, in my view, of the depth of the challenges that we are facing. And therefore, I don't think we have a clear understanding of the financial implications for the public. Until such time as we have a better understanding, I am not in favor of allocating large sums of money to try and solve this particular challenge. One of the things that we did hear earlier is that the City of Regina has gone through a very similar type of situation in regards to their exhibition. I would be interested in learning what they might have gone through and some potential lessons that we might benefit from in any opportunity moving forward. So rather than advising whether I'm in favor or not, I'd like to have an opportunity to read through this new motion and the way in which it's separated before I provide my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Middleton-Hope. Regarding the resolution as it sits, I know the City of Lethbridge, we're fully invested in the success of the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center. And I know many people say, "Oh, that's a joke. Mayor, BS, you're not in favor of it." No, we are. And I've heard that so often that, you don't support this. No, I supported it in 2020, I support it today. Been strong partners throughout the conception and the development of this. But we're also responsible for being good stewards of the limited funding that we have to support the city and the community. So all of the funding partners for Agri-Food Hub made decisions based on the information available at the time. So it's not that there was bad decisions. The decisions of the time were different. We were in a different time. In 2020, when we made these decisions, it was very different. It's important that we protect the significant financial investment the city has made to the project, as well as the investments that the provincial government has made and other funders. So if it's federal government, the Prairies Can and Lethbridge District Exhibition. So I know we need to work with all partners around this table to find this path forward for the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center, and also for our community. So it's It's a very tough decision, and I'll go to what Councillor Parker had mentioned. It's a very tough decision because I drive by that building quite regularly, and it's a beautiful building. I've been inside it numerous times. It's incredible. We need to make this successful. We need to have this building within our community. How we have it is what I'm hoping that this review will do over the next number of months. Now, I know there's a challenge here because of funding, so I would hope that we can partner with the provincial government and others, if there's other funding that come available, to work on some common solutions, because at this point, we just had a couple weeks ago, we just had our update on our financial position, and I think if everybody saw in the front page of the newspaper, it was pretty doom and gloom that the well is dry. The well is dry, and you know, we keep providing, but the problem is we keep providing at higher interest rates. We're finding ourselves in a real pickle, something that haven't been very happy about, and I think many people haven't. I mean, we've seen mortgages come up for renewal. We see what's happening out there in the community, and so to go to them again for additional dollars is tough. So I want to partner with someone. I want to have somebody to bear this burden with us, as it's going to be a success, not just for us, but for the province. And so I like the way that the resolution is written. There's a few things, as Councillor Parker said, that, okay, I could see if this is split up. And so with that, I have no further, no one else in the queue. So if we could, Madam City Clerk, we'll take number 1. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, to round up debate. Thank you, Councillor Dodick.
I just, there was just a couple things I wanted to mention, and that was, reference was made to that nobody could have anticipated COVID and cost increases with respect to the Lethbridge exhibition, but I note that exactly the same thing has happened to the city projects as well. We have had examples of city projects that had to be scaled down in scope that had been previously approved just for that reason. One of them being pickleball courts, which made people unhappy, understandably, because once you've approved something, you believe that that's going to be done, but costs go up and you have to change the scope, and that's not the only one. So that's going to be a continuing challenge that the city's going to have to fix. So I just wanted to make sure that people understood that there are other projects too that have been affected by COVID and cost increases, and I have nothing further for debate.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dodick. So we will start off with therefore be it resolved up to the end of number 1. So it's a form satisfactory to the city manager. So I'll read through it here. The first one is City Council contingent on receiving formal commitment from the Province of Alberta December 11, 2023, conditional on the Lethbridge and District Exhibition agreeing to city-led independent third-party review, direct administration to provide a capital grant of $2 million. You know, it's up there. I've read it once. I'm sure everybody has seen it here. We'll get to the point there. So number 1, it ends with satisfactory to the city manager. The first one does have, we want to make sure that it changes the scope far too much if it doesn't have upon confirmation from the province of Alberta, but the first one does state that, I believe.
Can make sure that John and Jeff can see what we're doing.
And you're seeing it online, Councillor Carlson and Councillor Middleton Hope? You see the resolution?
I do.
I believe I can see it all.
Yeah, I do as well, but as Mr. Westerson moves the sections around, it makes it difficult to read.
All right, we will move that, we'll start with the change.
From therefore to city manager.
So let's highlight, if we can highlight that in yellow. This is the first thing we are voting on. Thank you. That is number 1. So questions on, we don't need questions on number, we've already went through questions on the whole thing, so I'd imagine that would be fine. So a capital grant, everybody's had the opportunity to have a look at that. All right, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we'll do a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Councillor Crowson. Oh, Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Dodick.
In favor.
Councillor Palladino.
In favor.
Councillor Parker. Favor. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Middleton Hope.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Hagan,
In favor.
and Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
That carries 7-2.
All right, we will move on to number 2, upon confirmation, all the way down to the end. Yep, we can highlight from. And is further be resolved, City Council provide the Lethbridge District Exhibition interim financial funding up to $500,000 for maintaining the old pavilions, with the city's contribution of one-time funding coming from the Municipal Revenue Stabilization Reserve, for which the Lethbridge District Exhibition will be required to submit claims for eligible expenditures for the old pavilions, and funding being provided subject to the execution of a contribution agreement in the form satisfactory to the city manager. Again, this is upon confirmation again of the province of Alberta and their financial commitment as mentioned in the first one.
That's part of number 2?
Yeah,
Can you take the highlight off of the yellow, please?
it's on each one.
Oh, it's on each one.
Yeah,
Or just there? So just the green.
so just the green. All right, so with a roll call, Madam City Clerk?
Councillor Dodick,
In favor.
Councillor Palladino,
In favor?
Councillor Parker,
Favor.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel,
Opposed?
Acting Mayor Middleton Hope, I'm sorry, can you repeat? Councillor Middleton Hope, can you repeat your vote, please?
I didn't give it. There was a pause there, so I'm sorry.
Can you see
I'm in
the
favor
green
of this.
highlight? Okay.
Yes, I do, but you were frozen for a few moments, so I couldn't get through.
Okay.
Yes, I'm in favor of it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell,
In favor.
Mayor Hagan,
In favor.
Councillor Carlson,
In favor.
Councillor Croson,
Opposed.
carries 7-2.
All right, so we'll move on to number 3, which is upon confirmation from the province of Alberta on their financial commitment referred to in item 1, be it further resolved that City Council defer to the Lethbridge and District Exhibition semi-annual loan payments of $583,913.59 for the period of December 15th, 2023, and ending on June 15th, 2024, by adding those payments, I guess I'll keep reading. Adding 2 payments, December 15th, 2052 and June 15th, 2053, plus accrued interest based on the city's average 10-year investment portfolio yield at the time of the deferral, to the development loan agreement between the City of Lethbridge and the Lethbridge District Exhibition, with the interim funding of $1,167,827.18, 2 payments of $583,913.59 from the Municipal Revenue Stabilization Reserve. So that's, and we'll do a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Councillor Palladino,
In favor?
Councillor Parker, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel,
Opposed?
Acting Mayor Middleton Hope,
Opposed?
Deputy Mayor Campbell,
In favor.
Mayor Hagan,
In favor.
Councillor Carlson,
In favor.
Councillor Croson,
Opposed.
Councillor Dodick.
In favor.
That carries 5-4.
All right, on to number 4, which is upon confirmation of the province of Alberta, their financial commitment referred to in item 1 above, be it resolved that City Council authorize the city manager to retain and work with an independent third party to obtain the information necessary to evaluate and provide recommendations on the strategic and operational funding, as well as the financial decision-making of the Lethbridge District Exhibition to support their ongoing success. The review will also provide an economic feasibility assessment of the exhibition to determine its short-term 2024, midterm 2025 to 2027, and long-term financial sustainability 2028 to 2034. This will include comparator business models that are similar to the Lethbridge and District Exhibition scenario analysis for the future state of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition, analyzing a range of existing operating initiatives as well as possible future opportunities and models. The selection of a consultant will be jointly considered by City and Lethbridge District Exhibition Administration. Funding of up to $300,000 will be funded from the existing 2023 to 2026 operating budget in accordance with Financial Services Policy FS1 as per the delegation to the City Manager in Bylaw 6099, City Manager Bylaw Administration to report on the status of the third-party review with regular updates to Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee. So on that one there, roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Middleton Hope.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Favor.
Mayor Hagan.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Dodick.
In favor.
Councillor Palladino.
In favor.
Carries 8-1.
Thank you. And the last one, is there, yes, we will. Upon confirmation from the province of Alberta of their financial commitment referred to in item 1 above, further be resolved that City Council direct administration to execute amendments to the development loan agreement to reflect the amended schedule of loan payments, and further be resolved the City Council direct that the closed meeting report and discussion with respect to the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Project update remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, harmful to business interests of a third party. Is this one part? Could we put that one in there? Is that? Add that in there, okay. 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations. 23, local public body confidences. 24, advice from officials. And 25, harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. And I think that 5 in that last further be resolved can go together as Council 5.
The majority has already agreed to the loan agreement.
Yes.
Why would the majority now agree to having it actually done?
So we will do that by roll call. Thank you.
Yeah, it probably should
It's
have
when
been
it's
with
split up,
clause
this is
2.
why you're getting what you are.
Should have been with clause 2. But, okay. Do you just want to do a roll call?
Yeah, roll call, thank
Okay.
you.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I'll be consistent. Opposed.
Acting Mayor Middleton Hope.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Hagan.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
Sorry, Madam City Clerk, I can't see what we're voting on. Did we add Councillor Croson's amendment that was friendly to this?
Not yet. That would be number 6. We're on number 5.
Oh, okay, thank you. In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Dodick. Councillor Palladino.
In favor.
Councillor Parker. Carries 8-1.
All right, and next we have number 6, which is put the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Project on the December 7th, 2023 Assets Infrastructure SPC agenda for public input. So again, Madam City Clerk with the roll call.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Middleton Hope.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Opposed.
Mayor Hagan.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Dodick.
In favor.
Councillor Palladino.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker. And Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Opposed.
That carries 6-3.
All right. All right, we'll continue on with the regular agenda, and we're moving on to, let me just see here. Oh, and to the hearing, and we'll just take a couple minutes, and we will be back in about 10 minutes here for the hearing, 13.1. good afternoon or good evening. Ryan, are we good? All right. Next item is an appeal of an order issued from the City of Lethbridge to remedy a contravention on the keeping of wild or domestic animals bylaw. The process will be as follows. We'll first hear from City Administration to present their submission, followed by questions from Council. We will then hear from the appellant to make their presentation along with any witnesses they may have, followed by questions from Council. City Administration will have an opportunity for rebuttal and also provide a summary of their evidence. The appellant will have the final opportunity for rebuttal and also to respond and summarize their evidence. And then I'll declare the public hearing closed. Council will then at some point after the hearing meet in closed session to consider and decide the appeal. A written decision with reasons will be prepared and provided at an upcoming meeting of Council. I want to know that this is not a public hearing, and therefore members of the public are not allowed to provide verbal or written submissions unless they are called as witnesses. So with that, I declare the public hearing open. We'll now hear from Dwayne Enns, General Manager of Regulatory Services, to present the city's submission. Mr. Enns?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Higgin and members of City Council. I guess it was Monty Python that said now for something completely different. This is a review of an order to remedy a contravention of a bylaw issued under the Municipal Government Act to Mr. Leclerc. Now, the order was issued by Director of Community Animal Services at Lethbridge Animal Shelter and Bylaw Officer Skylar Plurd, who is also here today and can answer any questions that you may have of him. Now, this matter stems from a complaint that the animal shelter received about poultry being housed at a residential property, 636 22 Street North. After an inspection of the property, the animal shelter determined that the property did indeed house 4 chickens. We'd like to note for the record that Mr. Leclerc was both pleasant and cooperative with the investigating officer and did admit to having the chickens there. Now, the housing of chickens on a residential property in Lethbridge contravenes the Keeping of Wild or Domestic Animals Bylaw 3383, and as such, an order to remedy the contravention was served on Mr. Leclerc. This order dated October 20th directed Mr. Leclerc to remove the chickens by November 13th, which is 23 days, to comply. And as is his right under the Municipal Government Act, he has made a request for City Council to review this order, which brings us all here today. After reviewing this order today, City Council may do any number of the following. They can confirm the order to remove the chickens from this property. You can vary or substitute the order, or you can cancel the order altogether. Now, I'd just like to clarify one issue before I turn over the lectern. The city's Keeping of Wild or Domestic Animals bylaw is, how shall I say, rather mature. The last amendment was back in 1983. However, despite the fact that that is an old bylaw, it is still in effect today. And this matter has come, the matter of keeping backyard chickens in our community has come before previous city councils a couple times since I've been here, but has not found the requisite support to be implemented. Recently, I came before the Community Safety Standing Committee on October 12th to inform them that Regulatory Services plans to review and update our current animal bylaws. And I was asked by the committee, I asked the committee whether or not they wanted this department to review the keeping of backyard chickens as part of our review process, and I was instructed to do so. So we will be looking at backyard chickens next year, and the City Council may have an opportunity to review whether or not they want to change the rules in this area at that time. That's not what we're determining today. Today's hearing is specifically about this one case and whether City Council is inclined to confirm, vary, or cancel the order that was served on Mr. Leclerc for the property in question. So we're here to answer any questions you like, but I think I will turn over the lectern to Mr. Leclerc, and he can speak to you folks about this matter. Oh,
actually, yes. Right now, we will ask for questions from Council for Administration prior to going to Mr. Leclerc. So are there any questions from Council? Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman or Mr. Mayor in a hearing like this. Mr. Mayor. My only concern is that we're dealing with an appeal that is being dealt with at a council, that the council's been tasked to cancel or to deal with it. And I would define the use different so that the stop order would be issued by a development authority and therefore appealable to the SDAB. And I wonder if you took a look at that at all?
Well, I did not issue the order, the animal shelter issued the order, but what they've issued the order under is under MGA.
Right.
545, I believe, is the order?
645.
645.
Yes.
Let's just take a look at the bylaw, or the act here. Yeah, 545, order to remedy contraventions. If a designated officer finds that a person is contravening this or any other enactment that the municipality is authorized to enforce or a bylaw, the designated officer may, by written order, require the person responsible for the contravention to remedy it if the circumstances so require. So the order can direct persons to stop doing something, take actions or measures, and can give them time to do this. They have given some of these out before. I know with Mr. Leclerc, I think previously, back in 21, I believe, a remedial order was handed, and he removed the chickens at that time. So this is an order that we use on occasion to try and...
It's very much like a development authority order, and that's why you could call the use of land or the change of use of land from residential to poultry operation a violation of the land use bylaw, and therefore a designated officer would issue a stop, or a designated officer would issue a stop order, which is appealable to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, keeps council out of that loop. In my mind, now, the legal minds might...
Well, we could certainly review this order afterwards to see whether or not there's other issues or other matters that I know that they brought a number of issues up to us, and I think this was the one that they decided that would be the quickest route to go. They didn't want to issue a ticket. They just wanted to deal with the chickens, and because they had issued one of these orders a couple of years ago and he complied with it, I believe they thought that in this particular case that there'd be they would comply as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dodick?
Yes, thank you. Just for Mr. Enns, is that 545 and 645 sections of the Municipal Government Act. My understanding is that you used 545 because that's a breach of an enactment. And 645 is stop orders with respect to land use. So I take it that you believe that 545 would have been the proper.
Yes, I do, because it was a breach of a bylaw, and that's what we enforce as a bylaw. So that, I believe, is why the animal shelter issued this particular order.
Yes, and it specifically refers to breaches of MGA or any other enactment, so that's why it was used.
That is correct, thanks.
You referred to the bylaw as being an old bylaw.
Mature, I think I said.
But do you know, but do you understand, or was there any investigation done that gives you an idea why the bylaw was put in place at all? Because I do recall that way back when, that there are a lot of health issues that were involved that went into the rationale for banning what effectively are domestic animals in the city. Are you aware of any of the background behind the bylaw and what precipitated it?
I'm not aware the 1983, well, actually it was 77, I believe, the original bylaw, and I think the last amendment was in 83. I'm not at that, but we did bring forward a couple of, we were asked to do some collect some information last time this came up, and there was some concerns, whether it be avian flu, whether it be the fact that when we did a review of this, becomes a big thing at first. Some people are really into it, and then they discover that, well, this is a lot of work, and then they give the chickens back. There was a whole bunch of issues on both sides, pro and con. This is one issue out in the community that there's not too many agnostic opinions on this one. Some people really do not want to have chickens in their community, and others feel that this is a right, and they can do it, and they can do it healthy and clean and the like. So no, I don't know why this original, but I do know why when this was brought previously with councils, I think it was that, and I think there was also a public opinion survey that said there was a majority that did not want this in the community.
There was, but what I want to emphasize is that although it is something of a novel thing, appealing an order such as this, there were some real reasons as to why the bylaw came into place in the first place. And I'm hoping if there's going to be an investigation of whether or not chickens should be allowed within the city limits, that in fact we go beyond opinions of the residents and actually do talk to some scientists and medical professionals that can give us an idea as to whether or not there are factors beyond what the public may or may not like about the idea of either having or not having them. So I throw that as a cautionary tale because there's more to this story than sort of meets the eye. So
Certainly, you're quite correct about that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have no further questions. So now I will ask the appellant, Gilles Leclerc, owner of the property located at 636 22nd Street North, and any witnesses to make their presentation. Mr. Leclerc, please come forward to the podium.
Thank you very much, councillors. First of all, I'm not sure if I'm actually mixed with admiration and pity for the position that you're in all afternoon, all those meetings, millions of dollars, decisions to be made. This should be a walk in the park for you. So it's going to be, I got this prepared for about 6 or 7 minutes, so if you bear with me a little bit here. First of all, I would like to say that I appreciate the fact that our city administration is complaint-driven with regards to certain bylaws. I'm grateful that we don't have regulatory agents coming into our backyards, looking over the fence, looking for chickens. Complaint-driven is, I think, a wise approach to take with regards to this. I'd like to provide a short rebuttal to those who would disqualify chickens from urban backyards based on several misconceptions. First off, I've kept chickens in my urban backyard for over 4 winters now without any problems. No predators that come into my coop, so my chickens didn't suffer any attack from wildlife of any sort. My 4 chickens go to sleep every night at sundown without fail. Chickens are not nocturnal animals, and as you may know, chickens don't wake up until sunrise, so the only time you would hear from them would be during daylight hours. Even then, they are quiet, except, of course, if one had roosters, which I do not. People from many walks of life have visited my backyard chicken coop, and all are impressed by how there is virtually no odor and how they are so quiet. The fact is, none of my neighbors even knew that I had chickens until I told them a full 12 months after obtaining them. Clearly, none of my neighbors had a problem with them. Finally, I'm happy to report that my chickens are healthy, and I believe that's due to good nutrition, lots of sunshine, and plenty of space to do what chickens love to do, peck at the ground. In return, they provide eggs and compost from my garden, no harm done. On October 25th, I received an order from the animal bylaw enforcement officer stating there was a complaint about my chickens. I wondered about 2 things. 1, why would anyone complain? As I've mentioned, it can't be due to smell or noise or predators. My second question was, how do I find out what the actual complaint was? To do my due diligence, to provide a remedy. Well, I did some research and made the inquiry to the Freedom of Information and Protection with the request for a call detail. Not the person's name, just the actual complaint as it was lodged. So I read that detail, and it stated there were sometimes roosters on my property. No, think about that for a moment. Is it really likely that I would have sometimes roosters? The fact is there were no roosters ever. Obviously, this person would not know a rooster to see one. The call record also stated, caller says with the chickens and other activities going on at the property they are looking at selling their house to move away. Apparently, my high-flying lifestyle of keeping chickens and making compost is enough to make them want to sell their house and move. Not only do I feel that's a ridiculous statement in and of itself, but I know it is completely bogus because of the following fact. I am almost completely surrounded by renters. In other words, they have to be far enough away so that my chickens could not even remotely cause a problem anyway. I won't waste your time going into the overview of the residences around my chicken coop unless you ask, but right now it's a moot point. This person, by the way, called FOIP anonymously. Further indication they were not ready to stand by their own words. This is one small example of how citizens can be bullied by people who are allowed to hide behind a cloak of anonymity to stir up, you know what, all at taxpayer expense. Now, on the day I received the notice, from Officer Plurd, we had a good conversation. When I asked him to estimate the number of complaints made with regards to chickens, he estimated there were no more than 2 or 3 complaints made every year. 2 or 3. If these anonymous complaints are anything like the one I received, they cannot be taken too seriously. At this time, there are over 20 jurisdictions in Alberta that have bylaws for urban hens. I did some research and talked to 5 of them: Edmonton, Calgary, Red Deer, Airdrie, and Grande Prairie. I asked one simple question: how many complaints have you received about your urban hens? I was pleasantly surprised by their answers: almost no complaints. Furthermore, expansion of these programs is underway. Let's break it down. Calgary started with 100 licenses. They will be eliminating the cap. Edmonton started their program in 2014, and in 2019, with the backing of the Edmonton Food Council, eliminated the cap. Airdrie started their program in 2017. It was a huge success, and in 2021, upgraded their bylaws to allow urban hens, now up to 45 hen coopers in Airdrie. One complaint last year: someone mistakenly took in a rooster. Grande Prairie, no complaints in their program. They're increasing the allowable number of chickens from 4 to 6. Red Deer, with a population similar to Lethbridge, had 102 licenses issued, 140 on the waiting list, had 0 complaints last year, and 1 this year because a chicken was running rampant in the resident's backyard outside of the chicken run. So they're looking to remove the cap. All of this is a clear indication that urban hens cause next to no problems for neighbors and within neighborhoods. Now, as you can probably tell, I'm retired. Don't need to be here. Why would I bother? Like you, I want Lethbridge to be a better city. I think food security is important. While most people here today do not have a huge struggle in facing rising food prices, it may be just a matter of time before someone close to you has to use the food bank. Legal urban hens would be a benefit to not only struggling families, but would also help Lethbridge become a safer city as well. Because the science is in. Caring for animals is also good for your mental health. So here's my 3-part ask. First, I humbly request that if you make a decision on this important issue, that you come to my backyard and see for yourself how my chickens are kept and how this is easily done in an urban environment. If I can't convince you within 10 minutes that my chicken coop is safe, humane, odor-free, and quiet, then I will gladly get rid of my chickens, and I won't be back. Second, after your visit, if you are convinced of my innocence, that you cancel order number 62884. Finally, I would ask that your administration reach out to existing hen keepers in this city, because there are some, and allow them to share their experience without penalty. This would be their pilot project, our pilot project. So we have a very workable and viable urban hens bylaw. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing from witnesses.
Thank you. If there's any witnesses, and not those that are speaking, it's witnesses that you have called. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. If you come forward, state your name.
Hello, my name is Virgil Granfield. I'm a friend of Gilles for a number of years. We know each other also through...
Sorry, just for a moment there, Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, it's a bit of a point of order. I think we're going in 2 different directions, and maybe I can seek assistance from the city solicitor.
I'm only addressing the complaint, not the whole issue of chickens.
No, I need to...
This is prior to you speaking, sorry.
Yeah, what I want to make sure is that we understand that there are 2 distinct things that were actually being talked about by Mr. Leclerc. We have a bylaw that's in place, and there are mechanisms by way you can change the bylaw, and those mechanisms are set out in the MGA, and this is not what this is. So we can't change the bylaw at this hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct. We are not talking about changing the bylaw. We're talking specifically about this order.
And specifically, we're talking about whether there was a person that kept a poultry at 636 22 Street North, and whether that was in compliance with bylaw 3383. That's basically the issue, is it not?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, continue. My apologies.
My name is Virgil Grandfield. I'm a friend of Gilles. I'm also know him through Lethbridge Sustainability projects. I'm a kind of urban farmer. I'm involved in turning much of my neighborhood into available spaces in the neighborhood, unused spaces, into gardening spaces. We hope we don't have to apply for a land use change for that, for producing food on our own property, etc. On Gilles' invitation, I went to see his little chicken run that he has behind his place the other day. First thing that I noticed is that, and I think anyone who visits will notice this, is very well kept, but and no smell and no sound. These are 4 hens. I also did some measurements around the property, took some photos and video, etc. The one neighbor that Gilles has, one neighbor next to him, has written a letter of support for his chickens. The only other neighbors are across a parking lot and across 2 roads. The nearest neighbor is 35 meters away. So I did some research on sound levels because the complaint originated concerning sound. A hen at its loudest, one time in 24 to 36 hours, will emit a sound at up to 60 decibels. The city of Lethbridge, the bylaw for noise complaints is around, my understanding is around 96 decibels. I might be off by a couple of decibels on that. Now, that doesn't mean that 30 decibels is 1/3 of 96 decibels. It works kind of like earthquakes, Richter scale, and so forth. So each 10 decibels means a doubling of the noise. So the difference between a hen at that site, at 35 meters, a hen's, the decibels of a hen clucking is 30. That's the equivalent of a human whispering. The difference at 96 is approximately 90 times louder than a hen, is when normally a noise complaint would be responded to by the city. At a city bus, it operates at around 100 decibels, which is 128 times louder than a chicken. A motorcycle with aftermarket pipes on it, most of them in Lethbridge, operates at 256 times the noise level, and at that level also to passersby does permanent hearing damage to them. And finally, a dog barks at 130 decibels. That's a medium-sized dog. 130 decibels is 512 times louder than a hen. So it's quite obvious the person who's making the complaint across at one of these buildings would have to have a window open, and at that moment would hear something equivalent to a whisper. Whereas I live on 13th Street, we have 2,000 vehicles go by per day at speeds between 60 and 110 kilometers per hour, emitting the decibel rate of about 110, meaning that 2,000 times per day we are bombarded with sounds that are approximately 256 times louder than a chicken. What the smell, most city guidelines involving chicken coops say that a chicken coop should be between 10 and 25 feet away from a residence. At anything beyond that, the smell is no longer a factor, a life quality of living factor. It basically can't be smelled. So what it seems to me as a witness is that this is a case where we have to remind ourselves, City Council is not an instrument of conformity. It's an instrument of democracy. Conformity would be that, well, everyone should look the same way, live the same way in this city. Democracy would say that we also have to protect the rights of minorities, persons less fortunate than us, etc. Being able to produce food is a human right. Somebody like Gilles is doing this in a responsible manner. He is living by that human right, and he's not harming anyone. And if you looked as City Council at the facts of the complaint and of the facts of sound levels and the other elements of the complaint had to do with other things that he does back there. Well, he has some of these dome houses back there, a couple of cabins. So this is a person who has a cultural difference with somebody, has a way of life difference with somebody, is abusing a city bylaw in order to, in a sense, have a conflict with that person. I just want to remind you in closing, the fine for what Gilles has done is the maximum fine is $10,000. This is my understanding. I could be off on that. The fine for somebody with a motorcycle with aftermarket pipes who's stopped by police and ticketed is $126. The fine for having a chicken that's emitting a sound of a whisper is 79 times higher than it is for somebody who's driving a motorcycle and emitting sound 256 times higher than somebody with a chicken and with the possibility of actually doing actual damage to a citizen. Thank you.
Are there any other witnesses that would like to come forward?
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Rena Wass, and I've known Gilles for many years. I did write a letter of support. I don't know if any of you have got it, but I'll quickly read it because it really outlines why I support this. Now, I grew up at a time where chickens were everywhere. We had neighbors with chickens. We never had any, but I'm kind of intrigued with what the question that Rayco Dodick raised. Why in 1977 were chickens not allowed? Rather than just blatantly not allow something, why were not bylaws put in place? That would have been the solution, because chickens were there, and if there was some concern, a bylaw could easily address those concerns. And that never happened. But next year, I guess, we have an opportunity. And right now you have an opportunity because from what I heard earlier, you've got three choices. And I hope you will make a choice to allow Gilles to keep his chickens. And so my letter says, I'm writing to request that you allow Gilles Leclerc to keep his backyard chickens. I've known Gilles for several decades through his community initiatives like Applefest, and maybe some of you have been to Applefest. He had them going for many years at Galt Gardens, a real wonderful community event. Also through Lethbridge Sustainable Living Association and his good work with the Unitarian Society. I have found Gilles to be responsible, a progressive thinker, the kind of individual that moves society forward. His backyard chicken coop is an example of this. And yeah, he has pushed the envelope. But you know what? That's what progressive people do. While urban chickens are not currently allowed in Lethbridge, his endeavor shows that it's both viable and important, as there are many benefits in doing so. Chickens are a low-cost source of fresh eggs, and they can help reduce food waste by eating chicken scraps, organic matter, and like that. Additionally, they really are relatively easy to care for and can be a great way to teach adults and children about responsibility in animal husbandry. Now, here's a point that I think is really important. With climate change, and pollinator collapse, we should do all we can to ensure self-sufficiency and food security. As a resident of Lethbridge, I believe that allowing people to keep a small number of hens in their backyard would be a positive step towards promoting sustainable living and local food production. Yes, I understand that there may be concerns about noise, odor, and other issues related to backyard chickens. However, concerns can easily be addressed through sensible regulations and guidelines. Many communities across the country have successfully implemented backyard chicken programs, and I believe we can do the same here in Lethbridge. I sincerely hope you will show support for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other witnesses that would like to speak? Please present your name.
Hi, my name's Tina DeLuca, and I'm Jill Leclerc's partner. And I'm winging this, and I hope my comments and thoughts fly better than a chicken can. So I'm coming from the point of view that's more personal, and I know there's a lot of misconceptions because when I've shared with my family and friends that Jill has chickens, one of their first comments is, oh, it must be stinky and noisy. And I'm here to attest that is not true. We have also 2 cats, and I don't know if anyone else here is a cat owner, but the cat litter stinks more than the chickens. And I keep the cat litter box pretty clean. I'm a big supporter of this program, of this initiative, what Jill is doing. I find it opens people's eyes, and I don't know anyone who would not deny that eating a fresh organic egg tastes way better than buying it from the grocery store. So I hope you all consider Gilles' perspective and support him, and that he is allowed to keep the chickens. Thank you.
Are there any other further witnesses? Seeing none, it's now for time to ask questions of Mr. Leclerc. I do have one question, Mr. Leclerc. And I do have others in the queue. We talked, and I appreciate you talking about Calgary, Edmonton, Red Deer, Medicine Hat, and how that is, how they're allowing, and the levels that they allow, how many, etc. And whether they are the best kept, the quietest, whisper quiet. We've heard that, I can't remember how many times less. There's a lot of data there, so I'm just trying to remember. Very, very quiet, whisper, quiet. I guess my biggest question is, are you aware there is a bylaw prohibiting urban hens?
Yes, I am.
You are? Okay, that's my only question. Thank you. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm in for debate.
All right, I see no further questions. So City Administration now, thank you. You can have a seat, Mr. Leclerc. Thank you. City Administration, you now have the opportunity to respond and provide a summary of your evidence. Ms. Strenz?
Thank you. I think it simply comes down to the fact that we do have a bylaw in place. Some of these other questions some of these other questions are something we're going to be looking into, and we'll be coming back and discussing that at that time. It's just that we have a bylaw in place. There was a complaint, and the animal shelter has to follow up on the complaints, and found that this property was in violation of this particular bylaw. And that's the reason why remedial order was given, hoping that he could find a nice home for these chickens, given the fact that currently the bylaw says that you cannot have these in a residential community. There's some specific areas like the exhibition and the like, but in this particular area, the bylaw is quite clear, and I believe it's as simple as that. That's the reason why we issued the order.
I do have a question. You had mentioned earlier, we do have work being done currently on this, and the question you did mention that you had asked if we would like to work on urban hens within this. That is currently happening, correct?
Yes.
Just to reiterate.
Yes, we went to the standing committee, as a safety standing committee, and we specifically asked, because we're reviewing the dog bylaw and seeing whether or not to look at whether we have a cat bylaw and the like, and we wanted to know, because we had brought this forward 2 other times, that this has come forward and hasn't passed, and we wanted to know, and we asked the committee whether or not they would like us to take a look at backyard chicken rules again, just to bring it back to council to review again. And the committee told me, directed, yes, we want you to use that as part of your review. So we will be reviewing this along with some other animal bylaw issues.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Middleton Hope, or Acting Mayor, we don't have debate in here. It's open for questions, because after we'll make the decision in a closed setting after. So is there a question you have? Because there's really not any debate. Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam City Clerk?
I believe that's correct. Ms. Shigehiro is shaking her head. Yes,
Okay.
it's a hearing.
Yeah, it's just a hearing, so questions only. So do you have any questions, or are you hopping out of the queue?
I am hopping out of the queue.
All right.
Thank you for the correction.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rampel.
Thank you very much. And question that I have is, I'm looking at the letter that we issued to Mr. Leclerc, and in our bylaw, which prohibits keeping livestock, poultry, or bees, the fine is $500. But in the letter that we have sent him, we have fined him under the MGA up to $10,000. So why did we not follow our City of Lethbridge bylaw fine and went with the $10,000 fine from the MGA?
Yes.
What am I not understanding?
I'll explain both. So we have a bylaw, and they had the option to issue a fine. And for a couple of reasons, they didn't want to do that. One is they didn't. Mr. Leclerc was very cooperative with them, and they had dealt with it on a previous occasion by giving a remedial order, which we use sometimes in the bylaw field to get things done immediately, right? So in this particular case, they just wanted the chickens removed, and that's why they went for the remedial order. In addition to the fact that we didn't want to give the animal shelter didn't want to give a fine in this particular case, if a not guilty plea is given, you're looking at 9 to 12 months to get it before the courts. And at that time, we can also ask, in addition to a fine, can we also get an order from the court to remove the chickens? So that would have been a year in advance. This is a much quicker process. Now, the fine and everything listed here is under the MGA. That's why if you don't comply with an order, it's possible, those are maximum fines. It's possible then to enforce the order, we could go to court and say, we've given the order, he has not complied, and at this point, he's done everything correct. We've given him the order, there is provisions under the MGA, 14 days to file, and it's not an appeal, they call it a review. I should use the correct words in this one. It's a review, similar type of thing. And if he did not do that and he did not comply with his order, it is warning him we could take it to court, and is a possibility these are the maximum fines if someone doesn't comply with the order. Now, those are maximum, and it would be up to the court to decide, and also us say what we're looking for. What we're really looking for, we didn't want to incur fines in this particular case. We wanted Mr. Leclerc to just solve the particular issue and move on from that. That's why we went with the MGA order in this particular case. So that's why the fines are different. Fines on the bylaw are different than this, but we did not want to issue a fine. We just wanted compliance with the bylaw.
And we couldn't have done the same thing without going down the MGA route?
This is the quickest way to do it. Like I said, if we would have issued a fine in this particular case and a not guilty plea, I'm looking at 9 to 12 months before I can get this. It's the court system is quite backed up right now after COVID, and if someone wants to plead not guilty and wants a trial, it takes some time, and in the meantime you have these chickens and you have someone that's concerned that the chickens are at this area. So I believe that's why the animal shelter went with this route. They just wanted to deal with the chickens. They didn't want to, and they thought, given the fact that they had issued an order 2 years previous, And I hear now that there's been chickens there for a while, but 2 years previous, when they gave the order, chickens were removed and the problem was solved. And I believe that's the reason why they went. They just wanted to deal with the problem, and they wanted to deal with it rather quickly.
Okay, and when do we expect the bylaw review to be completed?
Potentially, I think we're looking in Q3, maybe stretching to Q4. It's getting a little more complicated when we're taking a look at everything we're looking at, but we will be bringing it back before the end of next year for sure.
Would have fit within that court date timeline that we could have worked with both of them?
Yes, I guess we could.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. See no further questions. Mr. Clare, do you have any, did you want to respond to any of the evidence, any more of the evidence or that you've heard?
Yeah, just a couple more things. You asked earlier if I was aware. Yes, I was aware that I was keeping chickens. I also was aware that the city is complaint-driven. And I was counting on not having any complaints because certainly my nearby neighbors didn't have any complaints. And when this one came through, it was more or less a joke. Sometimes a rooster, selling their house to move away. To me, I think the whole thing should be thrown out just on that alone. Okay. So, and as well, yeah, I do believe that urban chickens are important. It's just a matter, it's not a matter of what, it's a matter of when. Sooner or later, Lethbridge will have to move in that direction. And we do have, after all, an exhibition place that we want to attract people to. So why not have Lethbridge take the lead and have a leader be a leader in domestic chickens?
I didn't realize that domestic chickens will fill our trade center. I like that.
Could happen.
Thank you. I do have a question for you, Mr. Clare. Sorry. So I don't know if I, and maybe you could let me know if I'm asking a question that I can you please give me a signal? This is, you've already had this before and they've been over and you've removed them already once?
Yes.
And you went against the bylaw again and put them back in?
Got them again.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, right. And
That's
yes,
all
I am a dreamer.
That's all the question that I have. Thank you. Any further questions? Oh, Councilor Palladino.
Thank you. And this is probably to the legal minds in the room. If we wanted to waive the order or revoke, not vary, but revoke the order, what would the process be? What would it look like?
So council has a few options on what to do with the order. You can
Confirm, vary,
You can
revoke.
confirm, vary, or revoke. So council may choose to go into closed session to deliberate. You'll need to make your decision, and then I believe that what the process is, and the city clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, is that that decision will come at a later, or the next council meeting, and council will vote.
So you write up a decision, we write up a decision, and if you were going down that road, or either way, I guess, whether we revoke it or whether we confirm it, we have to write up an approval of sorts with reasons.
That's correct. You do have to do a decision with reasons
And why
because
would
it
why would
may
it
be
influenced?
appealable to the Court of King's Bench on law or jurisdiction.
On technicality.
I'll jump in. You're right, because it is, a decision is appealable to the Court of King's Bench. And so they want to be able to see what the reasoning was used by the council in doing what they did. So for example, if it has been proven that a certain property, a certain person has kept chickens and admitted it, and you decide to revoke it, and perhaps the person that made the complaint or others are not happy with it, they can then go to the Court of King's Bench, and someone could say, well, look, there was a bylaw, there was a contravention, and yet council didn't act on it, even though there's a complaint. That's one example.
No reason there. There was no reason there. It's a bylaw, he contravened it.
That is the reason. Yeah. So if you were going to revoke it, you have to say, we're revoking it because
Chickens are good.
despite the fact that we have a bylaw that's valid and that has not been changed. So, yeah, you can do it.
Okay. Let's rip it up.
All right. You're just in for reply of that, is that correct? You're just having fun. All right.
I would say if council would like to discuss the specifics of this one, I would suggest we go into closed session.
All right. Discussion, okay. If we will have a motion to go in closed? Or you don't have to do it today? All right, so, okay,
Yeah, Mayor Hagan, I was just going to say you don't have to deliberate today,
okay.
and the decision doesn't have to be out on the 12th. I mean, as soon as possible is probably advisable, but we've got a lot of things on your plate.
So written decision will come, okay. Right. All right, with that, I now declare the public hearing closed. A written decision with reasons will be provided at an upcoming meeting of council. Thank you. Okay, we're continuing on with the bylaws here, or I'm sorry, 6.1. A resolution I have from Acting Mayor Middleton Hope and Councillor Carlson regarding enhancing canine welfare and adoption opportunities at the Lethbridge Animal Shelter. If you have that resolution, Madam City Clerk?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
All right, the resolution is the following from, again, Acting Mayor Middleton Hope and Councillor Carlson. Whereas the surrender of dogs to animal shelters across the country and our city are on the rise, and whereas Lethbridge Animal Shelter continues to regularly operate at capacity, and whereas adopting dogs out to good homes is a vital aspect of the shelter operations to enable the shelter operator the ability to intake more pets in need of shelter, and whereas socializing, exercising, getting to know a pet are essential components of a successful adoption process, including bonding, walking, and playing together, and whereas the animal shelter property is not conducive to these opportunities due to the lack of trails, pathways, and fenced yards, therefore be resolved that City Council allocates up to $30,000 in one-time funding for council contingencies for administration to move forward with building a fenced dog run on the animal shelter property with the aim to provide additional opportunities in socializing, training, and exercising dogs available for adoption at the animal shelter. I will open it up for questions. I will start with one, if I can, to the mover. And I think just the one is Councillor Carlson is back on again. Councillor Carlson and Councillor Middleton Hope. Not sure who can answer this. $30,000. How big is this dog run? A fence around the whole outside of it? Is that, it's a dog run. Could one of you?
Yep, so I'll respond to that. So the vision is to provide a location where you can basically toss balls to dogs that are contained within the animal shelter. It provides a much more humane approach to providing some exercise for dogs that are in kennels for the majority of the day. The reality is that Ms. Kleisinger may be able to provide some insights into the actual costing of it. I certainly don't anticipate that it's going to be costing up to $30,000, but it is an opportunity for people to attend the shelter, to take dogs out, and to provide them with some legitimate exercise. My involvement in this was as a result of Councillor Carlson suggesting that I go out there. I've been out there on a number of occasions with my granddaughter. Several of the dogs that are in the shelter themselves are very large dogs, and there just simply isn't satisfactory place to take them out for a walk, give them a little bit of exercise, give them a little bit of a quality of life. A run of this nature would allow one-on-one opportunities for dog and prospective parents of the dog or prospective adopters of the dog to have a little bit of time to be able to spend with an animal in an environment that is conducive to creating a bond. And if Councillor Carlson has anything to add, I'd certainly like to hear from him.
Councillor Carlson, or is that very short explanation good enough? I think he's gone. All right. With that, the second question.
Had to drop off again.
The second question I have to administration, $30,000 from council contingencies. Can you tell me what that fund currently sits at?
Through to your worship, currently the fund is at, there's $120,000 per year and $26,000 of commitments against that. So with this $30,000, we would still have $63,000 remaining.
All right, thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the movers for bringing this forward. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager designate. What are our current intake numbers at the shelter? Do we have the information on that?
I would be
perfect.
Ran the numbers before I left. So in 2023, and maybe this might not answer directly, but hopefully the numbers will give you a picture. In 2023, so far, we've facilitated 54 adoptions of dogs. A lot of dogs that come through the shelter don't end up going up for adoption because they're reclaimed by an owner or in some cases sent to other facilities. The average stay for dogs at the shelter currently is 37.5 days, which is quite a jump from from before COVID, where we were looking at 16 to 18 days average stay. So these animals are staying in our facility longer. It is getting harder to sell dogs or encourage people to adopt. And so as they stay there longer, it is harder on their mental and physical health. It costs more money the longer they stay there. And now I'm rambling and not really answering your question, but I can tell you last year's numbers. It's obviously hard to prepare yearly stats when we haven't quite reached the end of the year. So to give you an idea, in 2022, what our dog numbers were looking, which at this point it looks like would be fairly comparable to this year. The total number of dogs in the shelter in 2022 was 339.
Okay. And what's our capacity?
It's hard to put an exact number on there because it fluctuates so much. Some kennel spaces can be flexed, or where you could put a small dog in a cat kennel, which has unfortunately been happening more than it used to. So it's hard to put an exact number on that. In the adoption room, we have, for dogs, in the adoption room, there'd be 13 kennels. In the main isolation room, there's 14, and then we have a small area used to isolate medical cases and aggressive dogs, which is 5, I believe. So you could be looking at over 30 dogs in the facility. Again, you could have small breed dogs in large size cat kennel areas if that's what needs to be done.
Okay. Have we considered as well a doggy dating program? I've seen this in other municipalities, and it deals, again, like you said, with the mental health around the animals and everything like that, where people take the dog out for the day, as the experience is quite different from them being in an off-leash type park, which is what we're looking at for this. Have we considered that kind of program as well?
We have looked at that. We've also looked at foster opportunities. There is issue with that. A big one that you want to consider is the liability of a dog that is legally at that time owned by the city of Lethbridge, and then putting it into somebody's home where they don't have legal ownership over the dog. So that's the big part to consider. That would include leaving the property with the dog, whereas currently with our opportunities for the public to visit with adoptable dogs and interact with them, it is restricted to the property or within a 1 block radius. The reality is we appreciate people coming to the shelter and supporting us that way. Not everyone is experienced in handling certain types of dogs, so we want to make sure that like our staff are available and ready to deal with any issues that might come up. So the liability is a big part. It also it takes a lot more resources, although it appears that you're taking the dog out of the shelter, so the shelter staff don't have to care for it. You have to coordinate the care of that animal in somebody's private home. Trying to get it adopted makes it a little bit difficult because then you're trying to make appointments on a constant basis with a potential adopter in the foster home. So we've found that it's maybe not as effective as it appears, and with the resources we have available to us, it really wouldn't be effective.
Okay. And then, so we don't have a concern with liability issues then around this particular proposal?
No, this piece of infrastructure would be on our property.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question.
Yeah.
This will be on your property?
It will be on our property, and it will be an amenity for shelter activities. We've already spoken to the other administration staff who have been involved in this, that this is not intended to be a publicly accessible, use whenever you want. Our team at the shelter will work to set some appropriate guidelines and rules for using this space to ensure that it's being used properly and for an appropriate use, and that liability issues would be covered.
Okay. And if I may, one more question, just one more, last one. All right. Are we looking at other initiatives for the adoption of other animals?
By other animals, are you referring to cats? Or
what
just
else,
in general?
what else you got there?
Yeah. So
chickens.
The adoption the adoption program has changed over time. And we have to continue to adapt that adoption program to the environment of people keeping pets. Unfortunately, post-COVID, there has been a lot less interest in keeping pets in general, and so it is harder to adopt. Yes, we've looked at things like adjusting the cost of an adoption, but we found that our adoption prices are very, very reasonable, and that you want to have something in there so you're not just giving pets away. So we're always looking at ideas. This is a very recent thought, and very happy that Councillor Middleton Hope brought this forward. Everything he has said in that OBM is, I can attest to that. This will be very, very beneficial to the dogs on the property. Currently, like he explained, you can really just walk the dog on a leash around the building a few times, so it's getting some exercise, but this space will add very valuable enrichment for these dogs, which will make them more adoptable. The science says it will make them more adoptable, so I'm glad this has come forward.
Perfect, thank you very much.
And I have a question for you too, because as you're talking about was it 37 days was the average now?
37 and a half days is the average stay.
37 and a half days, and so to what Councillor Schmidt-Rempel was mentioning and some other ideas, it sounds like it's anyone that I've spoken to it's cost prohibitive, and I understand you don't want to just give away dogs, but okay, if it's if they're not spayed or neutered, there's that cost plus. So sometimes it's prohibitive for someone to get the pet from that start. I know you have to be in. You want a pet. I've got a couple of them myself. It's something that you're in there for the long haul, so that shouldn't be a cost that's prohibitive. But there are some that are. I'm just wondering, is this something that maybe that some funding that could come to actually help with the cost of I mean, to be sustainable, it's tough because you need to charge what you do to do the work that you do. But I'm just looking at future. Have you looked into maybe reducing some of that cost for adoption?
So just as recently as I would say about a year ago, when we were way over capacity, we were really struggling, and the honest truth, it was very scary to operating a shelter at that level. We had conversations about like reducing the adoption fee or having some sort of event where it was free, and connecting with other people in this industry, and by that I mean animal care and control, and specifically at a municipal level, you want to really be careful with that. Our adoption cost, well, so you're aware, our adoption cost for a dog is $220 and for a cat is $180. It costs a lot more to take care of it, and even the procedures that the city is providing through that adoption, which includes them being spayed or neutered. We're certainly not making cash on adoption. We find that that cost is right at the amount where it's fairly affordable. And it's certainly not to knock what other organizations are doing, but some rescues who have a significant amount of overhead are charging $600 to $800 for a dog. They also have to run their entire program simply off that. So we find it's a good place that, and I can tell you from experience working in the office at the shelter where I would say maybe 2 or 3 times a year, individuals come in looking for a dog and they say, $220, I would never spend that on a dog. To me, I see I'm not willing to spend $220 on a vet bill. So we do find where the prices now are in a safe space. Yeah, they're fair. That's a good word. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the work you do. It's takes a special person to do that, and obviously it's something you enjoy. You've done it for a while, so thank you for your work.
And we certainly appreciate your support as well. Thanks.
All right, I see no further questions, so to open debate, I'll turn it to, it looks like Councillor Middleton Hope.
I think you've heard all the debate that's required. Unless there is anyone else who wants to debate this issue. Seeing none.
I see none, so question's been called.
Okay.
All in favor? Those opposed? Right. Okay, 1. John, your hand was hesitated, but I'm hoping that you are in support of your own resolution. Yes, okay. Good, thank you.
Of course.
All right, we'll move along to bylaws for second and third reading. Bylaw 7.1.1. That's okay. And that is amending bylaw 6233. Regulated rate option bylaw, RRO. So for a second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6410, amending bylaw 6233, regulated rate option bylaw, RRO, be given second reading. Councillor Dodick. Councillor Dodick.
What's that?
7.1.1 for a second reading, bylaw 6410.
Chickens, yes or no?
Oh, this is the electrical one that has. Hi. Is this for second reading?
The second reading, yes.
We gave first reading previously, and the material is before council. We have to do this every year, and I've talked about electric distribution tariff fees, transmission access fees, and various other fees associated with it. So if anyone wants to hear my talk on that, you can Google some of our hearings from before, or some meetings from before, and it'll be explained. Otherwise, you can read this, and it's still self-explanatory. Any questions?
What's the date of that, in case I do want to go back and review that?
Google search. It's actually
I'm just
September 11th, 2022, I believe.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And I see no one in for questions or debate, so I take that as a question called.
Well, do you have any questions?
I have no questions.
Oh, okay. We're fine.
Answer questions.
So call the question.
So question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And for a third reading, be resolved bylaw 6410, amending bylaw 6233, regulated rate option bylaw, RRO, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Dodick. Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And from Councillor Carlson, which, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel? Bylaw 6412, electric distribution tariff, for a second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6412, electric distribution tariff be given second reading.
All right, the bylaw sets the rates for all customer receiving electric services from the City of Lethbridge Electric Utility. The distribution tariff covers costs for the wire services required to connect customers to electric service, but does not cover costs associated with the energy customers consume. Sorry. The distribution tariff is comprised of two main components to recover costs of providing electric utility infrastructure for customers: transmission access fees and distribution access fees. Transmission access fees are collected from customers by the City of Lethbridge Electric Utility and flowed through to the electrical system operator to cover the costs of the provincial transmission system. The provincial transmission system is required to connect generation sources to distribution systems throughout the province. Transmission access fees are set by the Alberta Electric System Operator and approved by the Alberta Utilities Commission. So this will impact customers. Transmission access fees will increase by 5% across all rate classes in the electric distribution tariff to meet the forecasted costs from the Alberta. Sorry, I'm just making sure I got the acronyms right here. The Alberta Electric System Operator, just across all rate classifications in 2024. Distribution access fees will increase by 2% across all rate classes in the electric distribution tariff to meet forecasted costs for 2024. And local access fee will be 15.5% for 2024 and is set by city finance.
All right. Yeah, I see there's no questions on that. So, question been called?
No, yeah.
Question been called, all in favor? And that's unanimous, thank you. And for third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6412, electric distribution tariff be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councilor Schmidt-Rempel.
Just to let, I think I explained everything in the first part.
You done did?
Yep.
Question been called, all in favor? All right, so passed, thank you. And 7.1.3 from Councillor Croson, bylaw 6414, amendment to bylaw 6146. Second reading, be resolved that bylaw 6414, amendment to bylaw 6146, waste bylaw, be given second reading. Councillor Croson. Oh. She's been gone for an hour. She just thought she was just very quiet. All right, with that, will Councillor Palladino? All right. Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Third reading, be resolved that bylaw 6414, amendment to bylaw 6146, waste bylaw be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Palladino.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? All right. And from Councillor Palladino, again, bylaw 6415, 2024 water rates amendment. Be it resolved that Schedule A to bylaw 6415 be amended under domestic water consumption charge by deleting 1,352 and replacing with 1.352 and replacing it with 1.327. And so be it resolved that the water rates be given second reading as amended.
I will call a question on that.
It's actually a 3 cent change. Do you,
3 cent?
Mr. Sanchez, do you want to explain that? It's looking 132 to 135. Actually, it's going down.
Yeah, it went down 25 cents.
Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, I can explain that. That was a mistake in the bylaw when first reading was brought up. It's actually, when running the numbers, it was a 4% when it's in reality a 2%. So that's the difference there. It was caught by staff while we were doing the preparation, and that's why we're bringing this amendment to have the rate that is the correct rate for the residential water consumption.
Mr. Sanchez, you can come back more often if you're dropping prices.
That's right.
All right, Mr. Palladino.
Call the question, second reading.
Question's been called. All in favor? This is the as amended. All in favor. Whoa. All right, it's just the amendment. All right, the amendment. All in favor? Now, second reading be resolved that bylaw 6415, 2024 water rates be given second reading as amended. All in, sorry.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? All right.
We're delirious.
Well, thank you. For third reading, be resolved that bylaw 6415, 5, 2024 water rates be given third reading as amended, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councilor Palladino.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? That's unanimous. And for a fourth, I'm just kidding. All right. Next one from Councilor Parker, bylaw 6416, 2024 wastewater rates 7.1.5. For a second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6416, 2024 wastewater rates be given second reading. Councilor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do believe that during one of our economic SBCs, we did allow the community to have a say if they wanted to. So we did go through a process where we did have community input on all these actually rate bylaws and could have that engagement. And that's why we had it at the SBC. As most people know, if you read the thing, this is a 2% increase in 2024 and 2023, obviously. So I would just call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. For a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6416, 2024 wastewater rates be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councilor Parker.
Question.
Question been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
I'll take it.
All right. I have one from Councilor Park.
John, Councilor asked me to do it because he just can't say very good.
For Councilor Parker, move Lethbridge Housing Authority tax requests, formerly
I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about, sorry, my mistake. My apologies. I thought we were doing another one. I thought we were doing another rate bylaw, so.
We're done.
Oh, we're done the rate bylaw.
One
Sorry.
more one? Is there another one here?
No, my apologies.
All right. With that, I have a moved by is this?
Councillor Milton Hope pulled it.
Oh, Councillor Middleton Hope, you pulled this one for the Lethbridge Housing Authority tax request, so I will read it.
Can I request that we defer that? Just for the reason being is the one mover that wanted it taken off was actually Councillor Carlson. And was it Councillor? I thought it was Councillor Carlson that wanted it taken off. It was both.
Both of us.
Okay. Is there any risk in deferring that to the meeting of the 12th at all?
Administration? Is there anything is there additional fees that will come between now and then? Interest?
To members of council, to my understanding from Mr. Laverty, my understanding is that the LHA did pay their taxes today, so I don't think there'll be any concern about delay.
All right. Okay, so.
Is this the penalty part that maybe? It's both. There's both, I think.
This is both. So do you want me to read it? Approve one-time funding the amount of $180,000 from the corporate budget contingency. This came from economic for operating funding for the Lethbridge and Region Community Housing Corporation and Lethbridge Housing Authority Affordable Housing Properties, and 2, direct administration to develop a nonprofit affordable housing tax grant program with funding options and return to Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee by the end of Q2 2024. So we can move forward with this. Is this one that you want put off, Councillor Parker, or is that Councillor Middleton Hope? You wanted this pulled from the agenda. Can you tell me what your reason is for it?
Yeah, my reason for it is I think we need to have more debate on it. I'm not prepared to just simply sit back and authorize this. I'm not in favor of it. So I would like to have more discussions on it. And if we are finding that we're getting short on time today, I would agree with Councillor Parker to defer it to the December the 12th meeting.
All right, and we've heard that there's from administration, there's no, Councillor Dodick?
Yeah, I just want Councillor Middleton Hope, I was wondering if he was aware that 160 of that 180 was taxes. Penalties was 21,000 and change, and we ended up at 160 being the tax deferment and 20,000 being most of the penalty deferment. So I don't know if that clarifies anything for you at all.
Are you asking if it clarifies anything for me? No, it doesn't. We have an agency who very clearly made a decision not to pay their taxes, and as a result of that are asking this body to ensure that the the fines and the accrued interest and all and everything else that goes along with it is forgiven. And the answer to that, in my opinion, is we need to have a discussion about that.
Okay, so do you want to postpone this, or you wanted more discussion? Like, I just, what would you prefer, not to deal with it today? You wanted more time for soak time?
Can I just add some clarification? This one's a confusing.
Mr. Matthews might have an opinion.
But just a second, can I just add to this? This is an interesting one, because what we do is we take things from SBC and make a recommendation for council to ratify. So when council ratifies it, then that resolution would have passed. They would have got they would have got the benefit of us waiving the penalty as well as the grant. But what we've been told is they paid the taxes. Sorry.
So, for members of council, a couple things here on this. So I'm just going to take you back to the discussion on economic SPC. So if you remember when Ms. James and Mr. Kirk were here presenting, there was a question in regards to that if they paid this, would they have enough funding to pay for their mortgage payment on the one property? So that's one of the reasons here too. So even though my understanding is they paid the taxes, which I'm presuming that would include the full amount, the reality is that because they paid that now, they may be, based on their information, they may be in, their cash flow may be limited inside of that. So the reality is I'm thinking that, earlier I said, well, it may not be, but actually without Ms. James here or Mr. Kirk here, I don't know if I can confidently say there isn't implication to LHA if that occurs.
Then defer it to the 12th then. It's up to the movers.
All right, mover, you want this deferred then?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to defer this to the December 12th meeting of council. All right.
Thank you.
All in favor. All in favor? Any opposed?
One.
Oh, gosh. Well.
Belinda and Jeff are absent.
I take it, Your Worship, that was opposed, or that was supported, and it's being deferred?
That's correct. It's being deferred to December
12th. Thank you. God knows. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing here.
All right, let's move along. We will move along to a never mind. It's closed session. So I have a motion to go in closed. Councillor Campbell, thank you. All in favor? All right, we will be.
Sit with you.
Yeah, you can. Mr. Westerson, can you hear me?
Yes, Acting Mayor, we're going to be sliding upstairs. I'll get you set up there. Just the systems, we're still live streaming, but I'm stuck right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, do I just stay online and you'll just transition it over or what?
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
He's there.
Well, I guess the best way, I see that in order for me to stay here, we have to, this provides quorum. So if I want to get my way, I just leave.
1, 2, 3. No, we're good. We got 5. So all right, are we live now? All right, we're going. So I do have, and I'll have Madam City Clerk explain, a motion to reconsider. And I'll start off by saying I went forward with 8.1 Lethbridge Housing Authority tax request, and it's going to be brought back. But as there was so many things going on at the same time, I got out of order here. So
what happened was council postponed 8.1, I believe.
Yes.
Right, 8.1. And now we're going to reconsider that postponement, so that needs 2/3. So there's 6 of you, so 4 of you need to support it to reconsider it, and then it'll be debated.
So first to so the
Correct.
motion is first to reconsider?
Reconsider.
All right, motion to reconsider,
I
all
have
in,
a question.
oh,
Yeah, I have a question before that.
before reconsidering.
Yes?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so have you been in touch with Ms. James? Does she require an opportunity to speak to this or not? Are we satisfied with the information we've been provided?
That's why it came through on the consent agenda. It was expected to pass on consent. It was pulled off by yourself, but yes, all the questions have been asked and answered in the previous SPC.
More specifically, the questions were answered in closed.
No, in SPC, in our economic last week.
8-0.
And it was 8-0.
So clearly I was not at that meeting because, and that was the one
Yeah,
to.
it was Thursday, and you were not present for Thursday.
Okay, fair enough. Then I won't impede the process any further.
All right. With that, so the motion
To reconsider the December 12th.
December 12th
Postponement.
needs to be voted on to bring it forward again until today. Is that correct? And we need to vote on that. Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Okay,
6.
that
Okay.
is unanimous. All right. And with that, turn the time over to Councillor Campbell. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
A resolution here from I guess it's from Mayor Higgin. One, approve one-time funding in the amount of $180,000 from the corporate budget contingency for operating funding for the Lethbridge and Region Community Housing Corporation, Lethbridge Housing Authority Affordable Housing Properties. And number 2, direct administration to develop a nonprofit affordable housing tax grant program with funding options and return to Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee by the end of Q2 2024. Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. We've all heard this already at the Standing Policy Committee, with the exception of Acting Mayor Middleton Hope. And so this is for taxation. There was a grant given, not a grant, I guess it was what's the word I'm looking for, Mr. Matthews? Not a grant, it was was it a grant for $180,000?
So this one would be a grant. So this is a one-time, or you could say a one-time operating grant.
Operating grant of $180,000, and that would cover the tax portion as well as a late penalty to go towards housing for those in need in our community. So if there's, okay, and you have a question, go ahead, Councillor, or sorry, I should turn that back to yourself, Chair.
Councillor Middleton Hope, Deputy Mayor.
Somebody. Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. You're the Deputy Mayor. I'm the Acting Mayor. Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a couple of questions. So to Mr. Matthews, as I understand it, the $180,000 it forms a portion of a grant that Lethbridge Housing would have applied for, or that we would have provided them with an opportunity to apply for?
So through council to Councillor Middleton Hope, a little bit different on this one. So what's happening here is that what we presented back to Economic SPC was that the administration will go away and build that grant program as one of the options that was provided, that was being brought forward anyways. So we will come back in Q2 to build the grant program. In the meantime, though, excuse me, in the meantime, the LHA had brought forward a funding issue in regards to this, and the funding issue was related to the fact that on their properties, if they're having to pay the taxes and also keep the low rents inside of their for their properties, they couldn't do both with the pressures of the mortgage and so forth on those properties. So ultimately here, what this is doing, this funding is one-time funding until the grant program can be put into place, which then there would be an application process and so forth, but that won't happen until next year prior to, and that's why it's Q2, so we're hoping to get it in place prior to the next season's tax component so that we have that all in place. So the $180,000 from a dollar value is looking after the municipal portion of LHA and Lethbridge Regional Housing Corporation's taxes on affordable housing. Plus, also there was some penalties at the time there as well too that were being talked about as well on the municipal side. So that's why the original request that we had was 160, but Economic SBC had put it to 180,000 for that purpose.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, they have received fines or late charges in regards to not paying their taxes. Is that correct?
That is correct. So they're
and then we're providing them with a loan to pay that.
We're providing. So Economic had recommended, based on the discussion and an understanding between the two, Economic had decided to provide both the municipal portion and to pay a portion of those penalties.
So, to be clear, the funding that we're being asked to provide to Lethbridge Housing Authority will be paying for their taxes and any penalties that are accrued as a result of late payment of their taxes.
That is true.
Is there any other way to look at it?
Well, I'm not sure that's a rhetorical question. So, but at the same point, the reality is it's a grant. So I guess the other way you can look at it is that Economic and Council is providing an operating grant of $180,000. And the grant program in the future is a different thing. It just happens to be similar to the amount of money that their taxes are.
Okay, do you have anything else to add that might help me with this decision?
Nothing for myself.
Nothing from myself, Mr. Mover, neither.
Nothing from any of our colleagues?
I see nothing.
Oh.
I see
Okay.
Councilor Schmidt-Rempel.
So we have set precedent by doing this for LHA in the past. Last year, did we do it other years before that? Last year? Okay, so we have set precedent, and we have on 2 occasions now also told LHA that we would look at going to look at putting a grant program together. So we told them last year that we would work on a grant program, and we have told them again this year we would look at working on a grant program.
And at some point we will?
By the end of Q2.
That's what part of this motion is. The second part of the motion, direct administration to develop a nonprofit affordable housing tax grant program with funding options to return to Economic and Finance SBC by the end of Q2 2024.
Thank you for reading it because I can't see it.
Okay.
And I see I have. Councilor Carlson?
Thank you. Is it Deputy Mayor Campbell? Or is it Mr. Mayor? I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And sorry for popping back in. I'm on a bit of a break. I had asked for this to be pulled off the consent agenda to make an amendment. Have any amendments been made?
No, they have not.
I was going to make an amendment. I don't know if I'll get a seconder or not. To have the amount reduced to the 160 that was the administrative recommendation before we sort of played around with it. And my reasoning for that is the extra 20,000 was to pay for a payment, and I just think it sets bad precedent to reward people for not paying their taxes. So I was going to make the amendment from 180 down to 160, but I don't know if I have a seconder for that.
You have.
Oh, thank you, Councillor.
Is that, so would that be a friendly amendment to this, or I guess this goes to?
It would not be a friendly
No.
amendment.
Okay.
No seconder needed, so we'll have
Okay.
to vote on the amendment after debate on it.
Any other questions? I guess this is on the amendment. I see no questions on the amendment. I guess debate.
And thank you, Deputy Mayor. The reason I wanted to make the amendment, I think I sort of explained, was administration was recommending the $160,000, which would cover the tax portion. But I just think it's bad precedent to then say, oh, and we'll pay your late payment. It may encourage others to say, well, let's not pay our taxes and take our chances. So that's my reasoning.
Thank you. Can I just, since I can ask this question, and maybe to Jen Schmidt-Rempel, how does that impact? I mean, you've been in touch with Ms. James? Is this the 20,000 reduction? Is that going to have an impact?
I would expect that, yes, it is. We committed to that $180,000 at SPC 2 weeks ago. And I think at this point, it's unfair to change that without having her here to actually be able to speak to that. So, I mean, I'm not going to support the reduction. It's unfair to the organization. And, I mean, we could talk about setting precedent, but we're going to have a grant program in place by next year. So we shouldn't see any more of these coming forward.
Any other debate?
Yep.
Councillor Dodick?
This is on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. I understand where Councillors Middleton Hope and Councillor Carlson are coming from. But having sat through the presentation at the Economic SPC, it seemed like it was a very unusual situation that had developed in terms of the tax payment and the fact that there was a mortgage payment shortfall. And the mortgage payment shortfall was because they were receiving money to provide affordable houses and things of that nature. So it may not have been the most prudent thing to do to not pay the penalties, but the reality is it happened, but it happened because of cascading events. So I, at that time, put my hand up in support of it. It's actually 21,000 and change was the penalty, so it was 20. So we added the 20,000 to it. So I will vote against the amendment. I don't see this as precedential value. I think it's just a unique situation with cascading events that created what happened and why the vote turned out the way it did.
The acting mayor, Middleton Hope.
Yep, sorry, I'm good. I've concluded my debate. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carlson.
Other than to say thank you very much, I'm in favor of the reduction.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll just call for the vote.
Okay, we have no other questions, so questions been called on the amendment. All in favor? I see one or two, and opposed. So that looks like that fails. So we'll go back to the we're going against the original, or going for, so the original resolution, back to you, Mayor Higgin.
Yes, I think we've kind of talked quite a bit about this at this Town and Policy Committee, and thank you, Mr. Matthews, for again giving us a Reader's Digest version here again today with Council, and I'd ask for Council support.
Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? Okay.
Councillor Carlson,
Councillor
you in favor or
Carlson?
opposed?
In favor.
In favor.
Okay, that passes. Back to you, Mayor
All
Hagan.
right. All right, moved on to closed meeting ongoing professional development, 14.1. Be it resolved that City Council direct the closed meeting presentation and discussions with respect to the ongoing professional development remain confidential pursuant to Section 24, advised by officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Palladino? Question been called. All in favor? All right. And closed meeting 14.2, 14.3, be resolved the City Council postpone these items to the City Council meeting of December 12, 2023, and further be resolved the City Council direct that the closed meeting presentation and discussion with respect to the labor negotiations verbal on the boards, commissions, committee matter remain confidential pursuant to Section 21, harmful intergovernmental relations, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Campbell.
Call the question.
Question been called. All in favor? All right. And 14.5, transit review, be it resolved that City Council direct administration to draft a bylaw to move forward with creating a transit citizen and customer advisory committee for review at a governance standing policy committee by Q4 2024. Refer budget initiative C72, Lethbridge transit fare decrease, and N25 addressing increased accessory demand to administration to bring forward 2027, 2030 operating budget deliberations. Number 3, direct administration to review possible fare structure changes to bring forward for the 2027 to 2030 operating budget deliberations. And number 4, direct administration to proceed with the confidential report provided in closed session. Further be resolved, the City Council directed that the closed meeting presentations and discussion with respect to the boards, commissions, and committees matter remain confidential pursuant to Section 23, local public body confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. I do have one question, if I could, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Not to yourself, you're the one that sponsors one, but to administration, no cost for this. This is with regular budget, is that? I mean, pre-approved.
My apologies here. I didn't hear the last bit there.
Oh, there's no cost, there's no financial ask. This is from within regular budgeted amounts.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at number 1, and the reason I'm asking that is number 1,
Maybe
draft a bylaw, move forward,
bit.
transit commission, is there not a cost that would be associated with that, or does it come from the budget of transit currently?
Yeah, it would just come from our already budget in there. I'm looking at Mr. Sanchez, and he's nodding his head as
Okay.
well, so there's no cost here.
All right, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Yeah.
All right, if my colleagues don't have any questions at all, I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Oh, thanks. All right, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.